All right. So what happened at the beginning of session last time? I'm sort of on the screen for the end of session, but what happened at the start of session last time?
Didn't we have another parlay with Captain Crom?
In the middle. We woke up from the dream was the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then we needed to decide what to do with our Formian friend,
Mm-hmm.
which we decided to adopt him because that's what we always do.
Of
Right.
course.
Because
Of
it is
course.
an option. So go with the Formian back into the. Like other groups have a bag of holding where they toss random stuff, and you guys have a ship of holding where you just toss all the people that you slowly collect over the years.
Mm-hmm.
So the Formian try to like wrap up kind of what his deal is. So what do you guys make sort of a deal with the Formian, and the Formian makes it clear that he's not going to be permanently backburnered. But what's the deal between you guys and the Formian?
Well, so we like helped him understand kind of what the deal was, that his queen had been like corrupted by the Tari. And so he understood that, and he was going to basically try to like save his queen by potentially connecting with like all the other hives that weren't part of the Tari. And so we told him we would help him with that, but that first we had to go to this temple.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That was pretty much it, right? And we brought him on our ship, and he talked with Al, and then he made a new best friend in Hatterai.
Yeah. So you guys have brought the most alien person in your crew, or in your collection of people that you're putting on the ship. The Formian is a bigger step towards the being very weird than anyone else that you've brought on. So you had to have a little bit of a moment of acclimating the crew to him. But you guys were able to do that. And then what next?
Then Captain Crom came. Warren's favorite.
Mm-hmm.
He
And
said you
what
should
is-
hire me to explore this ancient thing that you're heading to, because I love treasure.
Yeah.
And I think we said we'll think about it.
Mm-hmm. He did tell us he had a crew member who went there and saw a fiery temple. But yeah, I don't know that we felt that convinced that we really needed his help. And so then we went to bed.
And you guys get up, wake up refreshed, get up very bright and early in the morning in order to make the first thing in the morning appointment with the Shasek. And you guys head off through the streets of Tantarus again,
Mm-hmm.
heading towards
Expertly avoiding another encounter.
Mhm.
Several additional prepared encounters.
So what happens when you guys make it to the tower, make it to the eye? Cricket.
We encounter quite possibly the greatest receptionist ever. And I think we're basically told we can either not have the meeting or we can surrender all of our weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that wasn't there was a third option.
Well, we were presented with two options, and in by tradition, we chose the third unlisted option of our own creation.
Well, you were presented with either you can leave your weapons here in these little storage cases, you can agree to be bound in a circle, so that you can't get out if you want to keep your weapons with you, or you can go away. And then you picked option 4, which was the
Have a Zoom call.
hologram option.
Hmm.
So we chose hologram.
Hmm.
All right. And then Sachiv, the receptionist, sends you guys in to talk with the Shasek, Kumata. So what do you guys talk with the Shasek? What's the group's sort of read on her and what's her deal?
I mean, I think she just seemed like a busy,
Bureaucrat.
magistrate, bureaucrat, yeah. And she's got her plan to go round up the unseedy elements in her city because of the wards that Bedbear has up, but she doesn't know where they're coming from and she doesn't know how long they're going to last. So she feels like she has to get this done today. And so she's too busy to take us to the vault. And basically, we kind of fed her information in drips and drabs to convince her that this wasn't such a rush and she could take us to the vault. And eventually her assistant.
I think
Yeah.
we're mixing things together because when you guys talked to Klamata, you didn't really give her much of anything to go on. Like you did give her a little bit of stuff, but when you kind of were negotiating a lot and giving little drips and drabs of information to try to convince you guys to do more, that was mostly after the conversation with Klamata had ended. That was with Sachiv as you guys were leaving. So,
Oh, okay.
because like when you were in the main room or in Klamata's room, Sachiv was not in there. She was outside. But when you guys left to go back to sort of like the waiting room, it was pretty clear that Sachiv was listening in on the conversation on the other side.
So Clamato basically wanted us to give up Bedveer and his location so that they could further investigate to determine how best to use it to their own advantage. And we didn't feel like doing that or providing that information.
And you guys kind of ended on a particular note with Kolmata. Foxy, what was sort of Kolmata's final statement for you guys before you guys left? You remember?
No, sorry.
That's fine. Does anybody remember? I asked Foxy specifically because Foxy kind of went on a little rant is not the right word, but had a lot of opinions after that section.
I'm struggling to remember.
Yeah, I didn't have
I
super
also do not
detailed
remember.
notes.
I feel like it was something along the lines of I'm not going to do anything to disrupt the order in the city.
Mhm.
Like we made
Oh,
some kind of
so
promise.
I kind of so like I kind of I think I implied that we were working for an alienist ourselves without ever like saying anything to that effect. I said that like we're not bound or treated, but we can't reveal, like we can reveal this much information, but we can't reveal why we know what we know. And then I kind of implied that that we were working for an alienist, and then she mentioned Stint, and I basically was like, yeah, we know what he's up to. He's like, you don't need to worry about him.
That was with Sachiv. That was afterwards. So the thing with Komata was you guys kind of pushed a little bit and were talking about things, and then she was basically, her last sort of little statement to you guys was, we're on the edge of nowhere in the Imperium, but the Imperium rules and regulations and all that sort of stuff, all that politics is important and all, but at the end of the day, don't make waves here. Like we have a good thing going, we have good possibilities in the future. I'm I'm going to be protecting my people regardless of all this other bullshit that's happening. And that was her last statement when you guys got dismissed. And the thing I was bringing up was you guys were talking about the Imperium a little bit, and then Foxy kind of went on this thing about how people are people in the world, and not just like all the Imperium are bad and all the
Oh,
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That was what I was talking about. So you guys finish the
I stand
conversation
by
with
that.
Komata, and then slide into the other conversation because that's clearly the one you guys are focused on more, which was with Sachiv, where you guys try to convince her, that this isn't the only meeting. Like, it's worth continuing to have this conversation.
Yeah,
And-
I guess I just missed that transition. Like I thought Kalmata was like, I don't know. I don't know what I thought. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. So basically, you get there, you have that whole like, how do we meet with the governess? How do we meet with the Shasek? And then you go into the room where out of the waiting room into the big main meeting hall, speak with the Shasek, who then basically is like, hey, I got to get going, dismisses you guys and leaves. And then you guys go back into the waiting area and you go back to talking to Sachiv. And then the whole like trying to convince her that you guys are on the level, but you can't reveal certain things. That whole conversation was with Sachiv.
Okay, got it now. Yeah.
And so Sachiv makes a decision during all of this. What does she decide to do with you guys?
She foolishly decides that we're trustworthy
Oh,
and can be allowed into the vault with lax security.
Emphasis on the foolishly.
no. If we were very truthful, we had to be. She had a spell going.
I said some things in promise that you did not uphold for me.
Well,
I will say that there is also this is the part where you guys were talking and we're like, we can say this, but we can't say this. We can kind of give you some rough information on how to get to where it, but we're not going to give you all the stuff. Kind of giving her some of the pieces that she needed in order to figure out what's going on herself if they're able to cross through the barrier to figure out how long that ward is going to be there. And then kind of had this conversation of like, we can get this done and then be out of your hair. But I will say kind of one of the moments where ideally it would have been noticeable in the conversation that things are a little different was this is the part where you guys explained the alienist wasn't here for political reasons, right? Where you had this, as one said, like there was a spell that was on Sachiv, giving her a greatly increased ability to see through deception. And this conversation of we know why the alienist is here, and it's not politics. It's not the normal reason that you're associating with the alienist. It's not all these other things. It's something else. And that was sort of the trigger to change the way that she's approaching things.
Yeah, do any of you nerds know why she helped us?
because we're
Nope.
very charismatic.
No. We are not.
That's not it at all. We are
That's
super
I am.
we are.
charismatic.
You are not charismatic.
Mhm.
According
It
to
says
Very
so on my
bad.
character sheet.
Well,
No one, you are scary.
I would describe
a
you as
charisma.
abrasive.
Right back at you.
So she does agree to take you guys into the vault. Sachiv suits up and says, we don't have a lot of time. If you want to get this done, if you just need to see something, if you don't need to do anything else, you just need to go in there and see this thing, I will take you into the vault so you can go look at it, and then we can leave. How does that resolve? How does that go?
Swimmingly.
Horribly.
Nothing horrible has happened yet. You're just worrying about the future.
That's just not true.
That's like
Just
a zen.
You've
mini
pissed her
disasters
off.
that you are responsible for.
She already gave you grief for something you did. She's like, I couldn't hear you, but what you did was clearly a sin.
Well, they're very uptight. I don't ascribe to their religion.
While they are very uptight, she's an ally currently that you pissed off.
So we know you guys got the item and you said the forbiddance and got the symbol that you need, which is now currently being held sort of in the active thoughts of one of many for a little while. What else did you guys see in before we get to that moment? What else did you guys see in the vault? Or was there anything in here that you guys felt was worthy of mentioning in recap?
Those stones were cool. The big circular stones. And what was it? They were the rules or guidance on what it meant to be a smith.
Yeah. Basically instructions of the properties of and how to use Titan steel and how to become a smith. And again, the term smith is a metal worker who is skilled at Titan steel. So you found the item, took the item to the side, and then you spoke your word and got your symbol, and nothing bad happened.
I recognized the item. And I think it's worth talking about that she told us a little bit of the history, that it was like 2 pieces of a set. And the other thing seemed a lot more powerful and important. So that was in Vault 1.
And we still don't really know what that is, do we?
It was a wooden plaque, and it said if stored together, they would teleport to the center of the city. And I think, Gary, you were going to tell us the exact location in the city, but I don't have it in my notes.
Yeah, so the answer is it is in a central location in the city.
Okay.
The short version is she can show you and explain to you and all that sort of stuff. You know, the longer version is you have a rough, it's somewhere in the center of the city, and
Okay.
if you want to be taken there, you can be taken there. But she can't give you, there's no like street names. So it's
Yeah.
hard to give an explanation to someone who's not from here.
Yeah, but it wasn't in like the Sundowns or the...
No, it's underneath the tower, or it's in the same section of the city of the tower as the Tower of the Eye.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And just for clarity's sake, because this is something we skimmed over slightly, but we went through it specifically during the last session, you guys are not currently in Tantarus. We're just making sure everyone's aware of that fact. You're not in Tantarus right now.
Right, we're on a ship above Tantarus.
Correct.
We had to pay to spin up. Did she validate?
That was a question you guys actually had answered, right?
Did she say yes? I thought...
I believe the answer was yes.
Yeah.
Oh, good. But yeah, so then... Because I think in fairness, I said, I don't know if we're going to need to touch it. We're looking for this glyph. And then the glyph was not visible. So I asked if we could look at it more closely in a private room. And she did say yes. And then
She hesitantly said yes.
she was very kind. She's been most helpful. 5 stars. And so I wanted to see the glyph on it, so I had to say Lakeshan to it. And I did.
And this is that moment where you all recognize this is a forbiddance, and you all know that speaking forbiddances is one of the sins of the Imperium. And so that was that, hey, I need you to mute your headset. I'm going to do a thing.
But clarifying question, why didn't she know that it was forbiddance and say, like, that's forbiddance, you can't look at it?
Well, it's the short version is things that are forbiddance isn't part of the sin. It's speaking, it's penetrating the forbiddance that's the problem. So she didn't mention it, but you didn't ask her, so she probably knew that there was something weird or a forbidden effect, or there was something on this object.
Mhm.
You guys didn't have like a, oh, what is this effect? You guys pretty much immediately knew what it was. So it's not that she didn't know, it's more that it didn't come up whether she knew or not. And you're pretty certain she probably knew, if not exactly how the forbiddens worked, that there was some sort of obscuring effect on this object.
But I guess it would have been very unlikely that she would have assumed we knew how to break it. So she
Yes.
just kind of thought we were looking. Okay. Gotcha. But yeah.
And as a reminder, the case contained a bunch of etchings of writing that was around that was connected to this piece and to the plaque and to the area around where it was installed in the city. So there was an idea of, you guys were looking at a bunch of different things. You did pay attention to this one item that was obviously had a magical effect on it, obviously had something going on with it. It wasn't until you told her to mute her headset that she was like, oh, they're going to do something weird.
Mm-hmm. Still did it though. So yeah, that was great. I saw the glyph, ready to activate the map. Everything is fantastic. The end.
So everything was getting put back together. As everything was being put back into place, and you guys were going to say, thank you. I did an excellent 5-star, beautiful cutscene rendition on the wrong player.
It was a great cutscene. I was horrified in the moment.
Which,
if that counts.
I went back and listened to it to get the full effect, because you did start with filibuster, and I did not pay as much attention.
Valid. That's so true.
I'm glad that you got some sort of effect from it, but that was the triggering of the totemic aberrant totemic link ritual that Morin has that triggers off of the holders. And that was the end of last session. And anyone have anything they want to add for recap before we jump into session today?
Let me make sure I'm using the correct word here. Yeah, I have a conjecture to submit. Have we considered that the sins are sins for a reason?
No.
Have
you?
Well,
that's
in response, I have one question, which is why.
My current pet theory is that the Imperium unknowingly worships the adversary, and that's why they named their ships after world ships of the adversary's fleet, and that's why they have the sins, and that's why they keep the forbiddences.
I'm of the opposite opinion. I think they maybe. Well, I think maybe they are actively opposing the adversary, and the sins are a way of preventing that
Fighting
from
them.
occurring.
Hey,
I don't
Karen,
know. Oh, go ahead.
when we met Nariv, who was pretty strong in divine power, is that right?
Yes.
Did anyone sense any domains or who she might be worshipping or?
So there was a little bit of discussion about that at the time. I will say that because you guys were in an inward-facing circle, you would not have been able to extend your senses to be able to read her like that. You know by context that she is a powerful divine caster, not because you were able to get a good read on her.
But we also know that the gods are dead, or at least kind of kaput.
As far as you know from all the people that you've talked to, the gods and the power sources that they draw from and represent are long since destroyed, and only remnants and pieces remain.
Okay.
That's the end of my statement. No.
Cool.
I feel like it's probably one of those things where maybe the Imperium originally was a part of the adversary, but then fought them, but then forgot, It's a real like tinkerers situation. They don't remember why they do the things they do.
Like the Tinkers or the Aiel.
Hmm.
Not saying that's correct, just I like the reference. So let's jump into things. So as we kind of jump back into real time, Morin, the ward triggers, and as the ward triggers, you guys can hear this echoing siren coming from outside, and you see little things start to move and wards start to activate on the interior of the vault that you're in. Pretty much as soon as that happens, Morin, as you're trying to have some sort of ability to concentrate on what in the hell is invading your mind from the ritual, you see Sachiv basically, immediately kind of grab hold of people and very quickly just say, "We have to get out of here before the defenses activate. Get out of the vault." And start dragging people to the front of the vault.
All right. One, I'm against all your antics, but pocket the relic.
The relic is already put away.
Oh, dang it.
I have it in my mind. The files are in me.
The one time I was going to go along with you.
So
That's why I did it, because she was gonna put it away. You are on my side.
I'm going to assume that nobody stops her from shuffling you guys out of the door, and then she turns and does that thing where she sinks her gloved hand into the exterior of the vault, and you see all the wards and locks and things activate on Vault 2. Once you guys are outside of Vault 2, the sort of distant sirens are significantly louder, and you can see on the floor and ceiling of the interior here, which is what this kind of area looks over here, you can see there are these little racing lights that I would say about a third of them don't work. So you can see where there's 5 of them. They're all evenly spaced, but maybe you'll get 3 or 4 in a row, and then there'll be one missing, and there'll be a couple in a row, and then a couple missing. So there's this oscillating runners on the floor and ceiling, these red lights, and they move in time with the sirens that are going off.
So wait, just to clarify, the sirens and everything and her freaking out didn't have to do with the forbiddance being cleared because
Well,
she
we
put
should-
the thing back.
We should ask, because I was just thinking this, what are these sirens? So we should just ask
So
what's
she was
happening.
freaking out before you even interacted with the thing.
Let me give you guys some timing stuff because it is going to be important.
Yeah.
So you guys went into a little private area, got the thing out, said that, had that conversation about, we're going to say a forbiddance. You said the forbiddance. She basically said, "Okay, I don't know what you guys said. I don't know what you guys are doing, but that's a sin. We're done.
Mhm. Yeah.
We're cutting this. We're done now."
Yes.
She then puts everything back together, goes and places it back on the display case, turns the ward back on the display case, and maybe 30 seconds after that happens, as they're just sort of like, "All right, I think we're going to be done. We're finishing this now." That's when when Morin's thing triggers, and when the totemic link triggers is the same time that the alarm triggers. So the two things, those two things are simultaneous.
So we would assume that basically Sashiv is like, these fuckheads, I'm pissed, I'm gonna get in trouble, and then an unrelated siren starts going off.
I would think that it's probably close enough that she's making the connection of, okay, something they did.
Okay.
Or something they did, or something we did. Not sure exactly. But as she guys pushes you out, she looks around, she takes her hand and touches one of those little control panels on the wall. And then the piece of the control panel sinks around her arm. And you can see that she's saying something inside of her helmet, but she doesn't have her external comms on.
Right. Okay.
So she withdraws her arm. You can see that she's focused kind of in the middle distance, like she's looking down the hallway, and kind of has this distant look on her face, and then says, "Well, I have something I need to do, and it would be good protocol to bring you along to answer for possible connections to. She gestures towards the runners and the siren and kind of vaguely at everything around her. But I can't force you. I know that you're at least strong enough to take me down. But I think there's something happening in Vault 1, and she shakes her head again, and you can see that she's sort of struggling with this decision.
Oh, I want to go with her.
Yeah, we should go.
I thought
Vault
we were in
one?
Vault 1. What vault were we in?
2.
We were in Vault 2.
I
Is
want to
Vault
go to
1 the
Vault
better
1.
one?
Hang on. So Vault 1 is the place where the partner
mate.
to the relic that we had, the big one, the important one, that's where that is.
Yes.
So like we can like I basically just say like we will come and answer, but we will also assist you. What do you need?
I don't know yet, but we need to move. Come on. She jumps over to the side, goes to what kind of just looks like a hole in the wall at first. And then when she stands underneath that hole in the wall, you can see the area around her looks very strange, looks sort of like a mirage almost. Like there's a heat signature around her. And then she says, "It's not very far, but this is the fastest way to go. Try not to die." And then she puts her foot in the ground and smacks her foot down, and then like basically fires like a cannon up into the ceiling. You can sort of see that in the way that her body changed the way that she was moving when she got in there. When she stepped into that area underneath that hole in the ceiling, it looked like she went kind of weightless, and then she smacked really hard on the ground and rocketed up into the ceiling.
Gary, I'm totally down for this, but it feels like when Jeline took us through that portal and we're all about to break bones and stuff. Just saying. This is tracking. Someone causes chaos, weird portal launchy thing, bad time. So I'll go first.
Wait, before we do that, can we see like the terminus of this?
Don't say that name in here. What the fuck?
I will say that from where you guys are, the picture that's up on the top left, I spent quite a bit of time making sure that it's at least somewhat helpful for what's going on here. And you can't see that far up the tube without being underneath it, clearly in whatever this effect is. So the answer to your question is you may be able to see it once you're in the effect, but you can't really see that far into the tube without stepping directly underneath it, if that makes sense.
And then we'll just shoot up through the tube.
Only
It
once
didn't
you
look like
launch.
she did. It looks like she stood in the middle for a second, then said the thing, and then she hit the ground really hard and then rocketed up. Like it didn't look like it was a like the bank tubes. It didn't look like a bank tube, like where it happened immediately. It looked like she went in there, she did something, she headed up.
Okay. Because here's a question. Because I have dimensional shortcut,
Mm-hmm.
and if it looks like we're gonna crash into something and die, could I dimensional shortcut us mid vertical?
My guess is yes, but let me double check.
It's daily
Yeah,
move
so
action.
it's a move action. It's part of a movement. Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Although you guys are going to have to go pretty close to one another in order for everyone to be caught by that.
Can we all fit in it
Um,
in the tube at once?
not comfortably, but you could. Yeah.
I'll just go without, and then they can do that one. I'll see what happens.
Drop and catch me.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Drock, you go and you stand under the thing. You look up, and you can see what looks like it's about 4 stories up. At a 90-degree angle to the floor, you see the mostly floating form of Sachiv in her suit. What looks like she's like on the ceiling with her feet on the wall, holding on to a handle on the wall. And she looks down at you and then sort of like gestures like a come with me motion.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Okay. So it is up to you what you want to use. You can use either acrobatics, athletics, or perception in order to get to where you're going and catch on to the handle that she has.
I will use athletics. Whew.
Okay, so basically you rocket up, and kind of like the description, when you step into the tube, you go weightless for a second, but there is this sort of tug up. It's like not only are you weightless, it's like there's a very slight gravity pulling you up. When you touch the ground and you kind of rocket off of it, that feeling of gravity gets really, really strong. You go up about 20 feet, and then you get this weird sort of weightlessness, and then you feel your body rotate like you pass through a point of gravity, and then you get sort of pushed to where she is. She crouches down and moves to the side so you can grab hold of the handle that she's at. You kind of slip and bump into her and smash into one of the walls.
Sounds about right for me.
You take 6 points of damage from smashing into one of the walls pretty hard. And then she says through the comms really quickly, "Sorry, the vaults are only 2 jumps." And then she pulls you forward in this sort of like weightless area and forces your hand to be on the handle that she was holding. And then she bends down away from the handle, touches another little like pad below her, kind of at a 90-degree angle from where you jumped in, and then she rockets forward on that little pad. And you see her catch herself kind of fly out what looks into open air, and then her body rotates, and then she lands on her feet at the end of this tube. Kind of hard to visualize, but it's like you're going up and then turning at a 90-degree angle and going sideways and then landing, and then she rotates again to where her feet are the original version of down, and then lands on her feet.
I've played enough Portal to know what's happening. All right, I'll stay, and can I assist in like trying to catch people?
Yes. So now the rest of the group is coming using Dimensional Shortcut in case you get in danger, or are you guys going to go one at a time?
I mean, I would say, well, she said it's 2 jumps, so there's going to be one more.
So it's a total of 2 jumps. So she is at the end, effectively.
But we can't see her from where we are.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think let's use Dimensional Shortcut to do one of them.
Okay. So if the group is going to come through, let's do some checks. So everybody toss me a acrobatics, athletics, or perception, or if you can justify something else, that is, I'm rocketing up and then grabbing hold of something in 0G as gravity is doing weird shit, and then being able to reorient myself. If you can think of something that makes sense that's not one of those 3 skills, pick me up with that.
And do I have to do anything to assist, or?
No, so you being there is going to lower the DC for them.
Perfect.
Well, I can get a better roll than Drock just by getting a 1. So.
Oops.
I did poorly.
We need Griffle and Morin, please.
Where am I?
Your token is not on the field.
Oh, well, that would be why.
So as the 4 of you guys kind of huddle together and then rocket up the tube together, for a minute, one of many, as you go to do this, you put way more force in it than you think you need to, and the whole idea of like being weightless and being little doesn't translate kind of as how you're thinking. So you're going to basically fly straight past this altogether. However, since Griffle has done an excellent job, has beaten the hard DC, she can kind of help you gather on kind of close together, grab an ankle of one as she rockets down the tube and prevent her from completely bypassing the place that you have to stop at, which would get everybody to get the DC 15, which is what you need, to be able to gather all around Drock in this weightless environment, and then Drock pushes himself out. Now, when you go out from this direction, it is not that difficult to do. Let but because you're not like, you don't have to stop at a terminal, you don't have to stop at a place midway. It's just go to the end and then you fall. So Druck, you head off forward, land. The sirens are really, really loud up here. And as you kind of pop out of the tube, you see like where you're going to land, that Sachiv basically grabs you as gravity sort of reasserts itself and then, you know, pulls you down to the ground and sets you down. Kind of like catching someone who's jumping, but they're starting with basically no gravity. So it's really easy to just grab you and set you down before you sort of gain enough momentum from falling to actually be difficult to move. And she can very quickly do that for each person at the end of the tube. She just couldn't do it in the middle because there's not enough space. So you guys make it up to the the floor of Vault 1, and there is an incredibly weird smell filling the air. It's kind of like there's if you guys have ever smelled an electrical fire, that's what the actual smell is. So it's this sort of acrid, sort of like something burning that is definitely not meant to burn. And down the hallway, you can see two people are laying on the ground in front of this massive glowing vault door that is just covered in runes and sigils.
Is the vault door open, sorry? Or is it...
The vault door is closed. Looks like it's closed, and from your adventuring knowledge, not your knowledge of like seals and that sort of stuff, but from what you've seen in the past, that looks like it is a closed and sealed door with a bunch of magical stuff on it. Whether it's in the process of closing, whether it's already closed, whether it's going to be open, that's difficult to see, but it looks like it's closed and sealed for the moment. Trying to get to... So, you guys, I assume, are heading down the hallway to the three figures. Or two figures, I should say. These pieces are... Ideally, let's see, three things. So, as you guys all kind of rush down, Sachiv gets ahead of you pretty easily. Up here, the gravity isn't 1-to-1 with what you're used to. It's pretty light comparatively. Like maybe you're 75% of your normal weight, and Sachiv seems to be used to this, and maybe even the sort of power suit that she's wearing is especially effective in here. Laying in front of the vault is a Minotaur in sort of the Minotaur specific armor, although it looks like it's well maintained, but kind of an older model than some of the stuff that you've heard about, and the thing that you saw in the vision looked a little bit different from this. But you guys can recognize the captain of the guard, Aranopos, and his left arm and a good chunk of the plate where his back is looks like it's been just seared away, and you can see that there is something burned underneath, and the smell of like burning flesh and hair and sort of molten metal is filling the air. Kneeling over top of him with her hand out of a glove, she has like her left glove under her right arm, and has her hand on the open wound of the Minotaur, is Clamata. And she is very clearly doing something to rapidly close the wound in Aranopos' back. But what do you guys do as you approach? You see this happening.
Did you say there were three figures?
I accidentally said three. There are two.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be three NPCs with Sachiv, but Sachiv is with you guys.
Okay. Oh man.
I'm like, I figure Sachiv will ask what's going on, so I'm gonna just wait.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys kind of let Sachiv take the lead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Gary's like, that never happens. I wasn't prepared for this.
No, this I think they changed the way that you can share handouts in Roll20, and it's not letting me share this the way that I had it prepped. Like it's giving me a different command, and I don't know how to. One of many. Can you look in your journal and see if it's showing for you?
Yes.
Do you
What's it
see
called?
the? Did it pop
Supernal
up for
outside
you?
the vault?
Yes. Did it pop up for you when I did that?
No, it did not, but it's in my thing.
Okay.
Journal.
Will you open that up for me, please? I don't know why it doesn't pop up now.
I have it open.
Kind of annoying. So, basically, Sachiv runs up, and then you can see her kind of turn the comms on, and Komada looks up from the ground, sees her, and they very quickly, start to talk back and forth. The way that they talk to one another, it's almost like they're speaking in a shorthand, and they're speaking in Supernal. 1 second, hang on. Can we take a break here for a couple minutes? My daughter wants me to do nighttime lights. So
Yep.
Sure.
Let's do break until 55.
Okay.
All right. So the Kumada and Sachiv kind of get to each other, and Kumada looks back up at her and says, "Kya saalve log kutrahain?" Sachiv responds, "Ho sakate lukin vu harharame marad sat virvi." Kumada, "Ti jori min hurharhai." Sachiv, "Kya dost bane rate hain." Kumada, "Anekdo sangrahad adyesh." Kumada looks over the whole group quickly, and you can see her golden eyes are flaring as she's looking over everyone intently. Kumada says, "Tijori saba mar darageri, sangrahad adyesk asura shet, man kiad pur harvavana." You can see Sachiv kind of like shifts a little bit. She looks really uncomfortable. Then she says, "Ham yet jadya jannatin ham samaye karib hanan." You can see Komada kind of looks from the group to the vault door, looks over at the captain that she's trying to heal, then looks back at the group and turns towards Sachiv and says, "Yari but apane girane padar, jarunga, tamin jarunga." So it's not letting me show to players completely, but I do want to kind of give this to the person in the group that understands what's going on. So, one of many, would you find it more interesting if I shared this handout with everyone else? Or would you find it more interesting if you gave your translation, if one gave the translation? What's more fun for the player?
I'm doing it in the chat.
Okay. So let me know when you feel like you're caught up and comfortable with the translation. We'll kind of have a pause here. Well, there is no pause in the narrative, just for the sort of speaking different languages thing. Let's try to get that resolved with telepathy first, and then we'll hit play.
Sure. Komata says there's something in the vault. She says there's a curator inside who is vulnerable but alive. She says Sachiv had a vision that may be about this moment. Komata believes she may die, and she is at peace with that decision.
So Komada finishes speaking really quickly in Supernal to the others. Now, my question for one of many is, it's pretty clear that they don't assume you can speak the language.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would you make an effort to keep that thing? Would you make an effort to make it clear that you couldn't understand what they were saying? Or, you know what I mean? Would you hide the fact that you know what they're saying?
I guess I would.
Okay. Could you give me a bluff check?
Sure.
I'll assist by actually looking like I have no idea what's happening.
Okay. So you don't think that, like, she didn't put any special note towards you? She didn't put any special attention towards you? You're pretty certain that she didn't catch on to
Yeah.
the fact that you know what she's saying. But Morin has a question that's worth
Yes.
responding to.
So Sashiv is the mother of Kulmata, and Sashiv had a vision, and Clamato thinks she will die.
Clamato thinks who will die?
Oh, sorry. Clamato thinks that Clamato will die.
But didn't you say Shashiv had the vision?
Yes, Sashiv had the vision.
So why? So different people think a different person than had the vision thinks they will die.
Yes, because I imagine that they probably talked about the vision.
Got it.
Is
Cool, so-
Sashiv the secretary that we encountered?
Yeah.
The upper left-hand corner?
Yes. Did that send to the correct person, Kylie, or did it?
Yes, it did.
Also, sorry, did you say something about mother? Like,
So
Yes.
Sashiv is Clamato's mother.
Sashiv
Or-
called Kulmata daughter, and Kulmata called Sashiv mother. However,
Which one is which again?
So
Kulmata is
Shashiv
the magistrate.
Yeah, Kulmata is the magistrate who looks like she's Deva. The base form looks like she's Eladrin. She looks like an old matronly woman. Shashiv looks like she's in her maybe 20 or 30s, although her hair is white. That looks like it's not gone white from age. And she's a halfling.
And Kolmata had a vision, and Kolmata thinks Kolmata will die.
Not quite. Sashiv had a vision. Hang on, I'll try to be more clear. So Sashiv had a vision
Of this moment.
of something. So Kulmata says, "Mother, is this the choice you foresaw?" And Sashiv says, "The moment's close," but she's not sure. And Kulmata sounds like she's kind of saying, like, "Well, if this is where I fall, then I will fall."
Okay.
Kulmata seems resigned to her fate if this is in fact the fated moment.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Did we determine if Sashiv was an alienist?
I don't think we did determine that, but she's doing divination, which we know is a sin.
Yes.
Okay. Can I address Sashiv?
Are we ready to hit play? Because basically this happens really quickly, and then Kulmata is going to turn to you and start to address you. But I want to make sure that the sort of weird supernal stuff, because I always try different things with language stuff. So this is this version of doing only one person in the group knows the language. Do that right now. If that's resolved, then we can hit play. Sounds like it is, unless someone else has a question.
Yes. Well, I should say, my confusion was addressed.
So,
Yeah, I think we're good.
Komada turns away, looks over towards you. You can tell that she's about to talk. Do you want to talk first, one of me?
No, I would wait for her to.
Okay.
say.
So she says, "There's something wrong, as you can tell, and some of my people have been trapped inside. I think something has managed to breach the vaults. And then Aranopos from the ground shakes his head and says, Chasek, no. They did not breach the vaults. The wards are still in place. Something came in from inside already. The Shasek looks down at him and frowns and says, however they got there, there is something in the vaults attacking people. I only got a brief look before my captain drugged me out here on the other side of the wards. She kind of gives a bit of a scathing look down towards the Minotaur, who just sort of like shrugs, like, yeah, it is what it is. And then she looks back up at you and says, for some of the people inside, I've made arrangements for. Today was going to be a dangerous day down in the city. The fact that it's dangerous up here shouldn't alter anything. I can recover them. But that's not true of everything within the vaults. If things are being damaged by whatever's in there and the defensive systems, that's a problem. And should whatever that thing is succeed, that's a problem as well. But there is someone trapped inside that if we lose him, we can't bring him back. And his loss will be as if the entire vault itself was lost.
Who is this one, and why can you not bring him back?
She frowns and goes, they don't make people like him anymore. But you are adventurers, and I wish to hire you for a task. If you're up for it.
Researchers, we're researchers.
So she smiles at the correction and then continues. And there is much to research in there. If you'll save my curator, I can reward you in a couple of different ways. And then she looks over towards Sachiv, and you can see there's like wheels turning. Like she's a little confused as to how the situation that's in front of her has happened. And then Sachiv mouths something at her in Supernal, which is basically not enough to go on to be able to translate. And then she kind of says, it's important. If you can protect the curator, even if whatever is happening here, whatever they're trying to get from the vaults, if they secure it, having the curator is more important. But if you can stop them, then that's even better.
I say we go for it.
I'm in.
I still have the opportunity to try to connect to one of those beholders,
You
You
do.
do.
and I could see if I could attempt to see if they are what's on the other side of the door.
You can do that. The only thing is it's going to take time. So I'm not saying you can't do it. I am saying it is going to take a moment to do.
Well, could we ask if it was a beholder in the vault? Like, start with that? Because she saw it?
Didn't she kind of say, like, I didn't exactly see?
I mean, you can, if you guys want to kind of, I think these two things could happen simultaneously if you want to do it. If Morin wants to use the ritual to try to get information from the beholder, and then the group, while Morin is doing that, wants to ask her questions, that is something that can happen concurrently if you guys want.
Yeah.
I mean, did it seem like there's something in there rampaging right now, and this curator's about to die, right? Like, there's not exactly.
Not a lot of time.
Well, okay, let's just barge in. What could go wrong?
Very little.
Right? Like, you know.
Almost nothing.
So that's the question for you guys. Do you want to take a moment, get a couple questions from the ritual, and talk to the
This
the
thing
Kumada real quick?
lasts for an hour, so I don't have to do it right now.
Correct. So you have some time.
If we kill it, though, the ritual won't work, right? So, there's that.
Unless there are more.
Yeah. It works on any beholder within 10 miles.
you can feel, as you guys were working through the tubes, you can feel the ritual continuously triggering, like multiple new beholders are coming in. By the time that
Yeah.
you make it to the conversation with Komada, it's been about 8.
Oh, we're good
8
then.
beholders.
Yeah, we'll just go in. It's fine.
Good thing we just
What
opened
could
up Lab
possibly
3.
go wrong?
Yeah, we know how to contain these suckers.
Do we though? Really?
Narsenhar said that it was just like a little bug and not even worth his effort to kill.
Hmm.
So,
I say
What could-
we.
Narsenhar also feels that way about us. So
All right, let's just go in. Let's just do this.
So is it put in chat for me real quick? Number 1 is talk for a round of, because the way that this skill challenge can function, it'll count for 1 round of you guys doing stuff, of talking and getting the information from the ritual, or is it jump straight in? Although it looks like we've already got 3 votes for jump straight in.
Why would we talk about it when we want to just jump right in?
Let's do it.
All right. I need
Filibuster strategically waiting behind. Gonna
I have
stab
no
the last
hesitation.
person through the door.
grab some tokens and put them on the map for me, please. Put them on Komada's square. You not would
which one
know.
is that? Is
Metal.
that the? I thought it was her.
Oh,
I will.
Wait, so you're saying the halfling is the mother of?
yes, which is not what you'd expect by looking.
That's
at
very
them.
confusing.
And yes, that is the thing. Is it does not match what you'd expect.
See, I knew Clamato was the lady, so I was like a little. I was so super wrong. Clamato.
I feel like the longer this conversation happens, the closer she's going to get to Tomato. Like,
No, I'm sorry. I have the image of Clamato stuck in my head. I will never not see a jug of Clamato.
I still can't remember what that other guy's name was on.
Wait,
on
Clamato is an actual thing?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a drink.
Yeah.
A tomato
It's a
drink.
clam tomato drink.
Oh, what the fuck?
Canadians,
Lamb-
right?
Clam juice and tomato juice. The 2 greatest juices.
What the hell, guys?
Add alcohol and you're golden.
And for some
Yes,
reason, they
do
gave her
go.
an entire city to rule.
strange. All right. So, Kamada, if you say yes, we'll do this, she's fine. And then she steps up away from Eridopos, who sort of rolls over and scoots himself against the wall. You can see he's like, he is moving like he's someone who's injured, but he's not really like he's not a down and out, right? Like he's not out of the fight by any means. And then so he moves against the wall. She goes up, places her hand on the ward, and you can see the ward sort of ripple across the vault door and ripple through her hand, the one hand that doesn't have the glove on it, kind of up and then goes underneath her skin. You can see it passing into her body, and it looks like it's pretty painful to her as she's absorbing the energy from this door to open it back up. As she does, she says, I can get you in, but I can't turn off all of the defenses while everything is being actively engaged. The door will be open for just a moment, but I can't open it back up easily. You can see her forcing herself to kind of spend most of her energy and attention on opening the door and a little bit on trying to talk to you. And then says, if you don't destroy things or make active attacks against the artifacts or try to steal anything, most of the cannons will ignore you.
Most.
That's awesome.
So she
What if
has
we
like a
took something from a different vault and brought it into Vault 1? Would they consider that stealing?
Did you actually say that to her?
No.
we don't have anything. No.
You just pocketed the thing.
No, I didn't.
No, it's
No, we
It's in
put it
my
back.
brain.
It was put back in the display case before they could pocket it before they left.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. Can I ask Sashiv, your glove deactivates the wards, is that correct?
And you see when you say that, Kolmata like gives her a glare, and then Sashiv says, "My suit can bypass and unlock defenses that are not currently active. Only she can turn off the defenses once they're triggered."
I see. Very well.
So the door kind of swivels open. In my head, this door looks like the iris that's on the Stargate. Basically, it's a circular thing with these big long spears. It looks like the same mechanism that a Spendisk uses, but it is flat. It doesn't spin up. It doesn't gather around people to teleport you someplace. It's just a door opening. And so the door spirals outward and opens up. And you can see that even with the door open, there is this semi-transparent film. There's this like barrier of force that is still in the way that Kolmata has to focus her energies on to punch a small hole through. And you can see when she puts her hand into the opening of the door that rather than it being like something that she's completely opening, it's almost like she's putting her hand in a waterfall of energy. And underneath her hand, there is a spreading sort of a triangular opening underneath her hand where her hand is blocking the force coming down and allowing you to pass through the barrier. And you can see that this is taking a lot of effort for her. You have to go in very quickly. So everyone files in. And basically, as soon as the last person gets in, the thing slams shut. And you can see there was at the very end a moment where there was a bit of an argument between the three NPCs that are outside. Kolmata very clearly telling Aaron to go in with you, and Aaronopos saying, "No, I'm here to protect you. I'm not going in there. I can't do my job if you're staying out here." And then Sashiv saying, "I'm going to go in there with them." And then Kolmata saying, "No, you're not going in there. You're staying out here." Which then results in nobody coming with you and the force field reactivating, and then the door swiveling and slamming shut behind you. The interior looks like it was gorgeous, and it is now in shambles. So there's going to be different areas here because the DM does eventually learn his own lessons. And I'll open these up so you guys can see. These are not in the right order.
Ooh, cool art. Pog. Look, a cannon.
A smoke monster.
Oh no.
I think that's the
Is this
portal they're coming through.
So, starting over here. So in the center of the room, there is what looks to be, and you guys, it might be worthwhile to zoom in. This took me forever to fucking do, but I got something that's actually pretty close to what it looks like. So if you look here on this picture, there is what remains of this like display case. It's not at the center of the room, but it looks like it was in a fairly prominent place in the room. And what it looks like is that display case was maybe full of like oil or some sort of black liquid that then broke open, turned that entire display case black, and spilled into the center of the room. And once it spilled in, you can see there is this roughly 3 foot tall and about 6 feet wide mass that's on the ground that kind of looks like it's some sort of like block of this mixture between this oily liquid and this black smoke that's sort of rioting and bubbling in the center of the room. And then there is this column of black smoke. In the black smoke, you can see little bits and pieces of what kind of look like stars that are shining out of the black smoke. And then after a second, you can see pieces of the outside of it resolve into a beholder, which comes out of this shadowy, oozing darkness. And as soon as it does, as soon as you see the teeth and eyes, before it even fully forms, and it still looks like kind of the shadowy image of a beholder, you see it shoot out these beams of energy. Hiding behind a couple of the display cases, one of which dives out of the way of one of those beams of energy as the beholder pops out of the portal, is a group of 3 soldiers that are sort of darting back and forth, looking like they're spending about equal time dodging beholder beams as they are dodging the laser cannons that are firing all over the room. Some of them look like they're trying to avoid the display cases, while one of them is hunkered down behind the display case and has this strange looking weapon in his hands that he's doing something with. It looks like he's tinkering with, or maybe assembling or disassembling in his hands. The other 2 look like they're mostly just trying to get away from stuff, while the third guy is hunkered down and is messing with whatever that thing is in his hands. The third image here is the cannons mounted on these little mounts on the ceiling, and you can see they're connected rather than with like a base. It's like there's a little bead of force that's hanging down from the ceiling, and there is this sort of greenish shaped looking portal that looks like it's probably the remains of like a little alcove that would store these things. And directly below it, hanging from this little line of force, there is this strange looking cannon that has this incredible aura of heat and energy around it. Spread around the room, there are 12 of these, and they are the things that as soon as the beholder starts to form, you see several of them orient on the beholder and fire this jet of superheated, it kind of looks sort of like a mixture between lava and like just pure light out of the cannon and into the thing, which almost immediately breaks it apart and breaks it up. You can see behind the display case in the room, sort of past, that is, I guess, most situated to take collateral damage from the ray fires and weapons fire from the cannons and the beholders. There is the back section of the vault that is just getting completely wrecked by the crossfire of all of these energies flying around in the interior. So if everybody could toss me an initiative check. Oops, that's the wrong button. And then we'll get into initiative order, and then I know you guys are going to have questions about what's in here. We'll go from there, but let's get an initiative first. Remember, you need to select your token and then click initiative.
Yeah.
If you just reset it.
I did not do anything.
Oh, someone deleted my token. Where'd you go? Maybe I did.
I see your row, but I don't see your name.
Okay, well, I'm gonna roll it again, but I got a 34. So.
And if you need to change it, you can change it. This is not combat initiative, so it is in reverse order.
So, can I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
You said the particle cannons are vaporizing beholders as they appear?
Yep.
So, we just saw one beholder appear, but they are consistently appearing.
Yeah, it looks like they're constantly streaming out of that void in the center of the room. There's just a steady stream of these beholders that are materializing, and as they materialize, they fire off these beams of energy that ricochet around the room. And then as they're materializing, as they start to fire on things, you see the cannons orient on them and blow them up.
Gotcha.
Also, the cannon picture somehow duplicated now?
It's me using it for something. Yes.
Ah.
Okay, and then the 3 guys that are there, the cannons are firing at them?
No,
Just the beholder.
that sort of like blue beam. I try to make the colors the same for when I'm doing other stuff, but that like blue purple beam as contrasted to the like red beam from the cannon, that's from a beholder beam. That's a beholder's lightning ray.
Gotcha. Okay.
So these 3 soldiers are basically scrambling, trying not to die. And you can see that 2 of the 3 of them are trying to not get killed, but also not destroy the display cases. And then one of the three of them is hunkered behind a display case, pretty clearly using it like a using it for cover, and is working on something.
Okay.
Gary, is that lightning beam one AI generated?
Yes.
That's like one of the better ones I've seen.
Glad you like it. I mean, all four of the images are.
Well, I mean, like in terms of like being able to tell.
yeah,
No
all four of them
fingers.
are. So, any other questions about the 4 pictures? I will say that as far as the skill challenge thing, those are 3 different locations. So if you're going to do something in one of the locations, you go to there. I should have put the one that's on the bottom left. I should have put that where the cannon is, so that the locations were together. But I didn't order them correctly. But those 3 locations are places you can go in the room.
How big is the room overall? Like, how far apart are these locations?
So basically, the room has it is one central chamber with 2 alcoves on either side, and then the back end has like the private rooms. So it's very similar to the other vault that you guys were in. It's just oriented differently. Where in the other one, the private rooms are on the left, and then the alcoves are straight and to the right. And here, the private rooms are straight, and the alcoves are to the left and the right. The left alcove doesn't have anything in it. It is that obliterated one. It's that destroyed action in the bottom left. And then the right alcove has the 3 soldiers that are taking sort of cover in.
Got it.
Any other questions before we get started? All right. Well, it is skill challenge-y stuff. So the initiative order is here to make sure that everyone gets a turn, not a strict thing. But Drock, you are up first, unless you do not have something you know what you want to do, and someone else wants to go next.
Yeah, I don't have anything just yet. So one, if you do, go for it.
I guess I would investigate this black portal. Does it look like something closable?
If you're going into that sort of, if you're going, you're going to get a little bit closer. If you're going to go into the main part of the room, put your token on that section so I can keep track of where everyone is.
Okay.
So, as you kind of get a little bit closer to get a look on things, you can see that there is this boiling mass with the portal above it. Arcana makes a lot of sense. You can use whatever you think is you can justify as far as what the hell is this thing and can I turn it off?
Yeah, no, Arcana is perfect.
So, the DM doesn't have the DC. Easily, please. Okay. So looking at it, you can tell 2 things right off. First thing is, it's not strictly speaking a portal. You're pretty certain that somewhere in that black mass, there is a quote unquote portal, but you think it's more of a not going to somewhere else that's like outside this room. More it's like a pocket dimension. So it's kind of closer to like a bag of holding or like one of the pocket dimensions inside of your ship. So this isn't going to another place here. This is something is coming out of a sort of a demi-plane that is hidden in the middle there, which means that it's got to be tied to some sort of object. All of those things are tied to an object. The one below your ship is tied to the sort of circular door at the bottom of your ship. The paintings are obviously tied to the paintings themselves. The bag of holding has the bag, et cetera, et cetera. You don't see anything that's obvious to be that thing, but you know that these types of portals and demi-planes require an object, a physical thing to be attached to, and you're pretty certain that that's what's.
Does the oil itself look like actual oil, like it would be flammable?
it looks too dark to be real. If that makes sense. Like when you look at the oil stuff that's spreading on the ground, it looks kind of fake. It looks like it's a perfect black that reflects nothing, like it's void. And the shiniest that you can see is just starlight passing through it. So it is oily, it is not oil, is the better answer to your question. All right. Drock, if you want to jump in at any point, obviously say something, but otherwise, Morin?
So you said that there was like a case that an artifact was in, and that's what's broken and has spilled this stuff all over the floor?
Yeah, so on this map, you can see there is this sort of thing back here that looks like it was sort of held there, but it's been dyed black and has had this thing spill out of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's, yeah, you can see that.
Does it look similar to... Basically, I'm trying to figure out if, like, the artifact that was contained previously is what was associated with the artifact that we spoke to.
This place looks very different from the other vault. In Vault 1, you get this feeling of like a warehouse museum mix, right? Where it's like everything doesn't have its own little spot. There's a ton of storage there, and it is somewhat displayed for people to see. This place looks very different. This place looks like the showcase. This is the special exhibition spot. Like every piece in this area has like a whole thing built around it, right? You don't have a long table with 30 artifacts on it like in Vault 1. You have an individualized, personalized display case for each item in the room. So you think that if you got closer to that thing, you could probably figure out what it is. Everything is pretty clearly labeled, and the labels around the display case look like you could read it if you could get to it, but it's behind that cloud of darkness.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I guess relative to the entrance where we're standing and that cloud, where are the troops?
I put arrows on there to make life easier. Although if I was better, I would just rearrange the map. Actually, it's gonna be probably easier to do that. One second.
Because you said that we can move to like one of these 4 areas, right?
Yeah. Let me arrange this in a way that's not dumb, and that should help with the issue. So
okay.
I have to turn this back on. All right. Whoop. Map. You. Okay. So that should put it in correct reference. So the soldiers are hunkering down. If you're the picture in the middle is you looking in from the vault door. So the door is behind you. In front of you is this. To your right in the alcoves are the soldiers hunkering down. To the left in the alcoves is the destroyed area.
Okay. And then kind of like over our left shoulder is the cannon.
Spread around the room, there's 12 of them. So they're just everywhere.
Oh, okay. All right.
But the ones that seem to be firing the most are above where the soldiers are. And it's firing from the position of the soldiers across the room and wreaking havoc on the left-hand side of the room.
Okay. So I guess I'll kind of like dash over to the soldiers and say, we're here in the authority of the Shasek to assist. What's the situation?
All right, so put your token over in the correct spot if you wouldn't mind. Ooh. Okay. All right, so you run over. You can see they're kind of like trying to kind of get together, and they can see you guys coming in. The 2 guys that are sort of dodging out of the way, trying to prevent themselves from getting murdered, kind of look over towards you and sort of gesture for you to come behind the barricades. the little makeshift barricades. They've knocked stuff over. Whereas the guy that's tinkering with something behind the display case is sort of ignoring you. So you say, we're here from the Shasek. And then one of them says, oh, well, the situation is something happened. I think we're under attack from whatever the fuck is that stuff. And he gestures towards the big column of black smoke. And you hear the guy that's tinkering with the weapon behind the display case say, it's a portal to the outside. They're outsiders. And then he continues to tinker with something. And the two others kind of look at him like they didn't really understand what he just said.
Oh, that must be that dude.
The guy that hasn't spoken yet looks at you and goes, if the Shasek sent you, can we get out of here? And he looks back over and sees the now clearly closed vault door.
Not until we've finished what we've started here. Where is the curator?
So the guy that you initially spoke to that was like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, just stares at you when you say that. And then the other guy says, last we saw, he was getting something from over there. He gestures towards the left-hand side of the room that's destroyed. And then the guy goes, the first kind of seconds of all of this, he's probably dead. And then the guy that's hunkered down behind, still tinkering with his weapon, just shakes his head and says, not dead, but maybe destroyed.
Is there a distinction?
I wonder if it's a U-link.
Oh, wow.
So, Morin, are you doing anything over here other than getting information?
I don't think so.
All
Hopefully you're out.
Well, if I may, if that's the case, I'm going to go over to the left side carefully and see if I can investigate. All while keeping an eye on, the cannons and obviously the beholders. And if I see a beholder coming up, I'll try and get behind things.
So as you kind of make your way over there, you get the pretty distinct. That's not working. You get that pretty distinct feeling that you're gonna have to wade through some of the destroyed exhibits as you're going by. How are you making your way into this area? Are you mainly just looking for the curator, or looking for something that looks different? What are you trying to do when you get over here? What is it like?
Yeah, primarily look for the curator. I don't want to necessarily disturb too many of the exhibits and try and push them around because I don't want the cannons to think I'm causing more trouble. So definitely carefully and mostly looking for a curator or someone in the area.
Okay. So whatever you think makes the most sense. Perception would by default be what you would use to try to find something in all the rubble. If you think something else makes better sense, then give me another roll.
Would Streetwise work for getting through without causing a lot of disturbance of the area?
Those are two different things. So
Okay.
Either you are careful to not cause disturbance to get over there first, and then you're going to basically look next round, or you're going there not worrying about whether you're causing a disturbance, and you're trying to make sure you can find the thing quickly. Those are the sort of...
All right, I'll go for quickly, so that'll be more, I guess, perception.
Okay.
So we'll see how this goes. About normal, yep.
So you go through, you can see that one of the display cases is kind of toppled over and broken, and you go to look on the other side of it, and as you go, you don't realize that part of the display case has been crippled, and when you touch it, it kind of finishes falling over and crashes down. You see one of those las cannons turn towards you and fire a beam of superheated plasma down straight at you.
Yep, that's how I thought it would go.
That's a drock ass turn right there. Oh my god.
I mean, sure, yeah. I'll
Plus
just...
22, what the fuck?
We want these things to have big numbers to kill the beholders. I'm fine with that. I'll chew down on 34 damage.
Stop stop presenting yourself as a beholder.
Of all of
Um,
us, I think he is the least to do that.
I'm trying to think. I feel like one of you guys has high enough passive perception. Who has the high passive perception? Is it Phil?
Me.
I'm up
What's
there
your passive
too.
perception?
Perception 24.
I'm 25.
Okay. So both of you guys can notice that in the area where Drock is, or in the area that you guys can see in this sort of main thing with the two side exhibits, there are 3 of those plasma cannons, now 2 of those plasma cannons that aren't actively tracking or fighting things. So you don't think you can trigger a ton of these things, but also it looks really painful to trigger one of them. Griffle, you're up. Griffle, you are muted as well. Griffle?
Right.
So I-
Sorry, it's on my phone, so it takes me a second to get unmuted.
Oh, no worries.
Okay, so I want to follow drop. Go down here. And yeah, I guess we're looking for anything curator-ish. So the picture's a little bit hard for me to see, but like, what's around me?
So the question is going to be the same question for Drock is, are you trying to not disturb the wreckage of the displays primarily and then also look for the thing? Or is the primary goal look for the curator and then, if you happen to not disturb things, that's fine too? What are you focusing on?
I feel like this is a trick question. I think that I would focus on looking for the curator first. And I wouldn't disturb things unless I felt like there might be someone under them.
Okay. So, and the answer to your question of what is around you is, it looks like there were a ton of displays here, but you guys are coming into this after quite a few rounds of cannons and beholder fire. So this section of the vault has taken a ton of damage, and it's difficult to see what is in a lot of the rubble. It kind of looks like a bomb went off in this room. So hook me up with a perception check, unless you want to use something else.
Perception.
So with a 20 perception, looking around, you can see that there are a ton of display cases here that have been messed up and destroyed, and especially things in the center of the room. Looks like they've taken sort of the worst of the damage, right? They're the most possible lines of fire towards things in the center part of the room, whereas the far side of the room and against the walls, especially in some of the cover of these big columns on the sides, it's not quite as heavily damaged. And as you make your way through, you see one of the plasma cannons orient on you as you make your way around, or have to push aside some of the display case stuff. It is going to fire on you, but as you make your way around, you see something in the back of the alcove that you have to go around that like shifts and moves. You can see it sort of like pulling itself further into the alcove as the cannon fires on you. So,
Rip.
so
God damn, bro.
even with the
my
penalty, it is
God.
still gonna hit. 36 fire and radiant damage.
Okay.
Only one of the plasma cannons remains not firing at someone this round. But you can see that basically you come around this wall or come around this pillar, and you see something kind of underneath like a broken table and pile of rubble in the back right-hand corner shuffle away a little bit, like move the rubble a little bit underneath it, and you can tell that it's sort of getting out of the way of the plasma shot that hits you. Filibuster, you're up.
What was the result of one's Arcana check? Was it just
Basically,
noticing the artifact?
Yeah, that we know it's a pocket dimension coming from an artifact.
Yeah. It's a pocket dimension. It's not like a not a gate or a spin disc or something up from somewhere else. It's like a pocket dimension here, so it's got a
Can I ask one question about that?
sure.
Would I think that seal portal would work to seal this portal?
If memory serves, yes, but I think it's
I think it's 10 minutes, so
yeah.
but
Sure does.
I don't know what else we could do.
Gary,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to assert myself.
Okay.
I would like to walk into the center of the room with the black goo and the black smoke, and then use my encounter marking power to try to get the attention of the beholders off the soldiers and allow them to move to a different place, as well as hopefully do a little mental damage, if you will, to the beholders.
Okay. So you pull out Baneslayer, and when you use that, so whenever you use that marking power, it's part of the whole like looking through to see things that are either elemental or aberrant. And when you see the that oil, that blacker than black oil in the ground, and the black smoke with the stars in it rising up, when you see it through the eyes of Baneslayer, the entire room looks like it's filled with that that sense, that yellow aura that those things have. But you can see that in that mass of blackness in front of you, there is what just looks like a bar of green light that's sort of embedded inside of that mass of black.
Ooh.
And as you send your stuff out, you can hear and feel Baneslayer's hunger, and it sends out a wave of mark. It sends out a wave of challenge to the smoke, and you see the smoke stop kind of billowing straight up like it is now and fan out like a V, and these huge eyes start to open up in the darkness and focus on you.
Classico. Did I recognize the eyes?
They look like a bunch of eyes on stalks.
Oh, you're just saying a beholder popped up.
No, it's more like rather than a beholder forming, like a beholder that is maybe 7 or 8 times the size of the one you've seen before.
Oh, okay.
is
That's what I was
through
assuming
this.
initially.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I got attention of Big Daddy.
Yes.
Okay.
That is definitely an action that you have taken. And unless you have something else you want to do, that is the end of the round.
You said it formed like a V, but it's still sort of consuming the green thing.
The green thing is in that like blob. That's where you are, basically. So on the floor, here, I'll do this. Actually, I can just draw. Right there. That's where it is.
Oh, and you said the smoke opened up.
The smoke opens up into like a V, like this.
So would that knowledge coupled with what I understood make us think that the smoke is coming out of the green thing,
Pretty certain, yes.
which is probably the wooden tablet?
So, end of the round.
Hey, look, it's a thing you can ask the name of.
Both Drock and Griffle have been fired upon, so they do not get an additional plasma cannon shot at their location this round. Normally, people that are in the middle room would have to deal with some of the beholder stuff that's happening, although Filibuster has presented himself to make sure that both One of Many and Morin and the soldiers are not going to be taking beholder beams.
Wow, so blessed.
Which is great news for all of them. Filibuster, give me 3d10, please.
Okay. D20. No, that's D20. I thought you could more. I thought there was like different dice. Yeah. Is that
There
not
are
right? Okay.
different
Whatever. 1d10 times 3. 20.
Well, 4, 10, and 6 is what I need.
Oh, okay.
It's the move sets from the
How
beholders.
dare they?
It's what beams are gonna hit you.
I think 10 is the bad one, if I recall.
So first thing, there is a beam of force that fires out from the thing, smashing into you and knocking you away from the sort of opening, trying to push you away from the portal, get you out of the center of attention. So 12 points of force damage and knocks you back.
Okay.
Beam number 2.
The knockback is effectively nothing right now, right?
The knockback is not going to be enough to throw you out of this area into a new one. 31 versus reflex from the disintegration ray.
23 and 14. Wow, very cool.
So the 14 is ongoing damage.
I see that.
So the first ray is just basically it just looks like almost nothing. It's an invisible beam that has like a bow wave in front of it that fires and hits you. The second one is that sort of it looks very similar to the blue ray that's in the picture. It's just purple. And then when it hits you, you can feel like bits of your flesh starting to flake off and disintegrate. And then what's the last one is ray number 6 is confusion. So 41 versus will, I'm gonna assume is gonna work.
Well, actually, I have a bonus versus will defense against aberrants, so sorry. No, yeah, that hits.
So the wave of confusion smashes into you, and then you feel this sense that everything around you is an enemy, that you're the only one left standing, that everyone around you has this darkness seeping into them. And then before you go to like act upon it, the Baneslayer glows in your hand and burns away the darkness. And you can feel this sort of kinship with your weapon as Baneslayer is feeling like this is the reason it exists. This is what it wants to be for. You're standing in the way of all of the beams. You get this flood of appreciation from the weapon, right? You are standing in the way, taking all the blows. This is what it wants you to do. And because of that, the kind of secondary effects that are happening are getting burned away from you.
Does that mean no ongoing damage?
It will mean that you get a bonus for the ongoing damage when we get to.
Okay. I don't want to take 14 damage.
Sorry, he said it's going to be a bonus to the ongoing damage.
Yeah.
I know what he said. What are you gonna do to help me?
What a minute, you're up.
So I have telekinetic lift.
Mm-hmm.
I can target an object that weighs 400 pounds or less and isn't carried by another creature.
Mm-hmm.
Could I grab that green thing?
Yeah. It is not being carried by another creature. It does weigh less than 400 pounds. It is yeah, well, so if you want to do that, yes. There is going to be some stuff associated with it, but yes.
I mean, I guess like so I want like my ultimate goal is to close this portal. Because otherwise beholders are just going to keep coming out of it, right?
Seems to be.
Is
ahead.
Morin still getting pings? Are more showing up?
Morin is getting the building sensation that there is something coming, yes. The last time he got a ping was when you guys saw the beholder kind of like half form before the plasma beam shot it apart.
I'm not a computer tonight. Yeah. I'm like still not hungry.
But instead of spawning a beholder this round, the portal opened up wider.
Okay. So Big Bad is coming. Do Do I see anything around that seems to be like a containment field? Like I know these are display cases that are for like magical stuff.
I mean, it would be reasonable to assume that many of the display cases have something that have containment fields and stuff on them. Yeah, they're all going to be of sort of different make, model, strength, that sort of stuff. I mean, the display case that this thing was in presumably had one as well.
And it exploded.
Without any provocation.
Totally. What about, so there's a guy, one of the three guys is like fiddling with something.
Yes, it looks like for where Morin's standing, it looks like he's finished assembling something at the end of the round.
Okay, so can I yell, uh, or telepathically to him, right? I
Yeah,
guess.
he's close enough you could telepathically speak to him.
So can I telepathically say to him, what's your plan here? I can sense that, I can sense this is a portal. I'm not sure how to close it quickly.
So he sends back, I think I might have an idea of how to close it quickly. I'm just not sure we're going to survive the process.
I am skilled in the arcane arts. What can I do to assist you?
So you see him as he like looks up from behind the cover. He spins that thing around, and now that it's fully assembled and in his hand, you can sort of see what it is that he's holding. And he says, I'm not skilled in the arcane, but I know how to shoot things. You can see the thing that he's holding is a portal gun.
Oh. What, and we had one briefly that the Formian had access to.
You guys still have it. If someone, I don't remember who took it, but somebody did say that they picked it up.
I guess that's true. How would that work here? Can you explain kind of the mechanics of it?
Well, if you put a portal inside of a portal, normally it explodes.
Ah. Okay.
So it looks like this guy's plan is, I don't know how any of this works, but I do have a portal gun. If I shoot that portal with another portal, it should detonate and destroy everything.
Okay, so can I telekinetic lift the green thing off to the side, but within his line of sight?
Sure.
Okay.
So you use telekinetic lift, you grab hold of the thing, and then you go to pull it, and it's stuck in there. It's in this mass of stuff that when you try to pull it away, there isn't a creature that is holding it, but that goo, that ichor that's around it is holding it in place. It's stuck in the spot that it is. You're going to have to use some strength of will in order to pull it out. So Arcana could work, so could the psionic equivalent, so like an intimidate check.
Okay. All right. Gonna go Arcana. I'm a coward.
So you go, you rip it out of there, you get that bit of resistance, and it flies across the room and smashes into what? So are you going to try to get it against the back wall, left, right? Where are you trying to shoot this thing? Obviously in his line of sight, but.
Yeah, I mean, it can only go 15 feet.
Mm-hmm. Which is, it's about 30 feet across the center picture. So you can get it almost anywhere in that room. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would want to get it like in the most open area farthest away from Philly and I as I'm able to, while still being in his line of sight.
Probably in the destroyed section or towards the destroyed section where Griffel and Drak are?
Or maybe just like straight up, like high up in the room.
Yeah, you could do that as well.
Because I don't want to risk hurting anybody. I don't know what it looks like.
If you throw it up, there's a pretty decent chance that he will not be able to see it, because the central gallery is 2 stories tall, but the 2 rooms in the side are only 1 story tall. You see that in the middle part, there's like a balcony around the top. There isn't, the sides aren't 2 floors tall.
Okay. I mean, how far away would it be from Griffel and Drak if I went into the destroyed section?
pretty close, probably halfway between the two of you guys. So maybe 10, 15 feet away from them.
Okay. Is there anywhere I could put it where it would be like 30 feet away from everybody, that he could see it?
My understanding of what you guys have done, basically throwing it at the door you walked in on, is about the only place that you could put that.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. I will
Okay,
also telepathically relay the plan by saying, shoot.
So you see the thing fly out, and as soon as it gets out of the sort of mass of ichor and starts to tumble through the air, you see it shedding that black aura around it. And what you see is a pretty plain looking piece of wood. It looks like it's of some sort of like darker wood. It looks kind of old and worn. And as it flies through the air and tumbles, you can see that on one side of it, there's brilliant green gold writing that is glowing in the air. And you get this weird sort of oscillating thing as it's flipping end over end of it being perfectly midnight black, that sort of blacker than black stuff that's on the one side of it, and this what kind of looks like two big circles of black ichor razor wire that's wrapped around it, and then on the other side you see the brilliant green gold letters that are carved into the side. Now this is going to be a bit up to chance, but I'm going to alter it a little bit for your success here. So with a 36, so give me a d20, and on, what is that, a 7? On a 4 or higher, you can choose what side it hits the wall on.
Okay.
So do you want it to smack into the vault door with the writing facing outward, or with the razor wire with the void facing outward?
The void facing outward.
Okay. So it slams into the thing. That sort of green gold light fades for a second. It's being pressed against the interior wall, and you see the guy sort of follow along the thing you just pulled out of the blackness and aim the portal gun at it. Morin, you're up.
So the plan is for this guy that's working with the portal gun to shoot that.
Yeah, and then it'll hopefully explode, which sucks because we'll lose this priceless plaque, but I don't know what else to do.
I'm curious, and I don't want to go back on the decision. I'm just curious what would have happened if the black razor had hit the ward instead of the gold.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I was just thinking like he needs to be shooting.
I know,
the
100% right.
portal.
It's I have no idea which is the better choice. I'm just curious, and
Yeah.
and maybe after Gary can let us know.
Is a hard, well, not quite hard. Give me a perception check from Filibuster and One of Many. Two of you guys that could see this.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, it was hiding. So One of Many, you see the flashing words, and with the 31, I'm looking up your languages again, because it's supernal, abyssal, something. Those are the two weird ones. What's the normal languages?
Good question.
I know I should have this written down because it comes up all the time, and I just always forget.
It's here in the chat. I have a button.
Beautiful button. So it flips over and over. You can see a glance of what's written on the other side, and you can tell it's written in Elven, but it's not modern Elven. And yeah, the only word you can recognize on it is the word territory.
Mm.
It's a weird use of territory, but it is a word that survives enough in modern Elven that it'd be a really weird way to say, like, this is my home or this is where I live or something like that. It's like only like royalty or like a lord or a lady would say something like, would use this specific term. But you would recognize territory and there's something else on it.
Okay.
That's written in Elven. Morin, go ahead. Sorry.
I feel like I either need to wait until this guy shoots the tablet or try to assist him in shooting the tablet in some way.
Okay. I have a marker for basically all of the things that aren't players act at the end of the round. So that will happen at the end of the round if there's anything you want to do before that.
Not that I can think of.
Okay. So we'll delay you for now, and then if something changes, let me know. Drock, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think Griffle basically found the guy I was after. I'm gonna give up because I'm clearly a klutz. I want to use Invoke Summer and take a look at this black goo and the portal and see what I can see.
So as a reminder for the way that this works, you can focus your attention and energy on a thing to get the effect. You can speak to her a little bit more, but if you're drawing her attention onto a specific thing, you have to tell me exactly what are you looking at. You're looking at the opening, the V-shaped opening with the eyes behind it. Are you looking at the sort of razor wire and darkness that's on the little plaque that got moved? Are you looking at the plaque? You got to kind of hone it in because part of it is her looking through your eyes, but it's also her looking through your perceptions.
Yeah, I think do I even have line of sight to the plaque? I didn't think so.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
It was specifically thrown so that basically everyone can see it. It's at the front door.
I don't know. What do you guys think would be useful? Like, this is where I don't know. I was just gonna look at the portal and the ichor kind of on the ground, the oil stuff and that kind of section and see just what could be seen, where is this open to, that kind of thing.
The plaque has a language on it that we can't read, but Clotho probably could.
I mean, that's true
Yeah.
too. All right. Yeah, let's do that. Let's look at the plaque and see if she can read it. Maybe while it's traveling through the air or something.
Ooh, that's a hard one to do. You gotta invoke Summer and then get it to look all at once. What do you think makes the most sense for you to do that sort of on an instinctive level? I feel like for a battle mind, you kind of mind over matter a lot of things. It's the way that you move and fight. So what would you think would make the most sense skill-wise for how you grab Clotho and get her to pay attention right now? Yeah. What are you doing to basically lightning rush your mind into getting Clotho to look at it as it flies through the air?
Oh, I don't know. It's a really good question. So is this like me trying to focus or me trying to get Clotho to focus immediately?
This is basically your quick draw, right? So think of like you quick draw the gun, you fire, you hit your target. That's kind of 3 different pieces of the action. The fire and hit your target, that part is, I don't want to say easy, but that part you're used to, that's done. What you need to is the quick draw. How do you go from I'm not thinking about invoking Summer and getting her to pay attention, drawing her attention to me, and how do I get it instantaneously and use her immediately? Because you don't normally do that, right? You normally draw on it, take a second, and then let her see, right? This is I need to draw shoot immediately, right? This is the quick draw version. What do you do to make that a thing? Trying to pull up my notes here real quick. So for me, I would think something like insight would be the thing that makes the most sense, since you're drawing on a fey creature. I could also see using nature as being a thing you could do as well. Yeah, or if you have a personalized connection, how do you see your personalized connection with Clotho, right? Is it a friendly connection? Is this a diplomacy check, right? Of I need you right now, trust me? Is this a I'm trying to just, normally we have this sort of handshake of, hey, how's it going? Yeah, I need your attention. Is this I need you right this second, pay attention. Is this an intimidate check?
Yeah, I was thinking if it was more like reliant on getting Clotho's attention quickly, it would be more of the diplomacy. But if it was more of my focus, insight. So that's why I was asking, kind of, is it trying to get Clotho to focus or getting me to focus?
I think both pieces are important, and I would say a skill check for either one would be appropriate.
Okay, because if it was with Clotho, I thought I would use something like diplomacy and be like, we need your attention quickly. Can you assist? Kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of why I was initially thinking, which would be the diplomacy route.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see diplomacy being something that makes sense here. And you're relying on this personalized connection. Trust me, look at this. I need help right now.
Yeah, let's go that route.
Okay. 23 is enough. So you go, blast this thing. Go ahead and give me a 1d20 plus 21. That's what it says on the plaque. When you see this through, actually, it would be a capitalized name, be name with a capital letter. When you see it through Clotho's eyes, when she sees this, she doesn't see what you see when you see in my name, this shall be. That's the translation that you can see. But when Clotho looks through your eyes and sees that, she doesn't see in my name. She sees in the name of the queen that is, and then in the name of the queen that is, this shall be. So that is what Clotho sees looking through your eyes. And you've never, I don't think the players have seen this terminology yet.
No.
But that's the only time that you've seen something that's like straight up, this is Queen of Summer power, and it's active and doing something.
And it's summoning beholders.
Well, is it, or are the beholders trying to get a hold of it with the razor wire?
Yes, so there's this piece. You can see, what Clotho can see is that as it's tumbling through the air and then it smacks into the wall, that basically this is a very complex, very intricate version of a trap. So the item, the plaque, says that on it, and it has this incredible power on it. And then what has been sort of lashed onto it is this triggered trap, this triggered mechanism that's opening up this door to someplace else on the back.
Oh, so it was something and then someone else put a trap on it. We activated it, which activated the trap.
Seems to be.
So then, Do we need him to shoot the trap or to shoot? So is the trap the portal, or is like the big mass in the middle of the portal? Like, how does that actually work? One would know that better than I, but in character, I mean. But what is the actual portal?
You can see that sort of big V in the middle of the room now that the plaque has been separated from it. Is sort of fading, and that mass of darkness where the plaque was stored is leaning and sort of slithering along the wall, trying to reconnect to the back of the plaque. So you've basically disconnected it for the moment, and it's trying to reconnect.
Do we know enough about portal guns, though, to know what needs to be shot to blow up?
Not really. You know the basic principle of don't nest like portals because it'll explode. But the specifics there are kind of difficult to know, specifically because it's like doing something crazy chaotic.
Okay, so then, if I may, on the end of my turn, basically, I want to ask Lotho, do you know what this tablet is doing?
So you get two voices, one of which says in sort of a very sort of haughty language, "It is being what it is, a statement of summer, that a place is protected by the Accords." And then you have the second voice go, I don't think it's doing anything right now, but I guess it's supposed to do something. And you get this weird image of like several different technical diagrams in your head, which get completely muddled.
Perfect.
Does it seem like because the ooze is not touching the portal, no beholders are coming out of the portal? Did that seem to stop this process?
It does look like it's shrinking for the moment. It might need to reconnect before it keeps working on things.
So maybe we don't have to shoot it. Maybe we could just keep moving the book or the tablet.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Drock, you're going to have the Invoke Summer with her attention on you for one full round. So you'll get all the other benefits of Summer being evoked, the resistance to fire and things like that. But you'll get the, her attention is on you for one round. Griffle, it's your turn.
Okay, so did I find the guy? I'm a bit confused.
So you saw someone shuffling in the corner underneath a big pile of rubble. You can't see the person, but it's the first movement that you guys have seen in this area. So drop
Okay,
it.
yeah, can I go try and dig this person out?
Sure. So
Like,
you
I
go
got
over.
skills.
You go over and you can see there's just a big pile of rubble. A lot of it is like broken, smaller pieces of display cases. So like the individual things that are in this big pile of rubble are, maybe in the range of maximum 3 or 4 kilos. But there's just a whole mass of them and shattered pieces together. And there's big chunks of broken glass over here as well. I assume Griffle has like gloves and armor and things like that on. Are you just trying to like just grab it all, scoop it off? Like, how are you trying to get to the thing under there? Are you trying to talk to them? What do you want to do? You come against this pile of rubble that's shifting because someone's moving underneath it.
I think I would talk first, and then like if I'm making a roll to assist, I think insight would make sense for me to not just be like, oh, I'm going to move this thing and then have a bunch of other stuff fall on top of you. Like, I'm going to try to be a bit more strategic about like assessing how to remove the rubble in an efficient way. Since none of it's particularly heavy.
I will say that
and
that description you just gave is 100% dungeoneering, not insight. But if you
cool. Awesome. But before I go and try and do anything, I just want to ask, like, are you okay? Do you need help?
apologies. The The vaults are currently closed. I can help you later. You hear this kind of muffled, strange voice echoing from underneath the rubble, and it tries to like scoot very slowly away from you.
Oh. Are you the curator?
I guess it matters who's asking. Then you see it shift a little bit, and the piece of rubble falls down into the sort of hollow that got created when whatever's underneath it moved. And you hear it tink against something underneath.
Oh boy. The Shasek sent us to recover the curator. Are you he?
And you see a little bit of the pile of rubble move, and you see that there's sections of the rubble that don't look like they're actually there. Like a good chunk of the rubble is physically there, but some of the pieces sort of flicker and fade like they're illusions. And then you see this mechanical head underneath peer up at you and go, "Oh, from the Shasek! Ah, then help!" And you see this guy.
Damn, he's old.
That is not the voice I would expect to come out of a creature like that.
And it does like weirdly echo around when he's looking up at you. And you can see that there is kind of a vaguely humanoid form to him, but you guys have seen a Warforged before. This guy's a Warforged.
Oh.
He's a Warforged in really bad shape, but he is a Warforged.
Cool. All right, I'll try and get some of the roll off of him.
Okay, so that would be the Dungeoneering. So
Ba-bam.
kind of quickly getting it off, you can see that, again, like about a third of the rubble on him is illusions, and you can see little green lights kind of open up on his body and then close, like he has little projectors on his body that he's projecting these images of rubble to hide himself. And as you very quickly kind of pull it away, you can see that his basically what would equivalent the waist down is completely destroyed, like mangled, looks like it's been an industrial accident. His legs do not look like they're moving in the correct direction at all. It very clearly does not look like he could stand. He doesn't look like he's like burned or anything like that. But when you look and you see the way that his legs are messed up, it looks like he got clipped with one of those disintegration rays, and it sort of like corroded and destroyed a good chunk of his lower half. You're pretty sure he can't walk.
Well, how big is he?
He looks like he's maybe 5 feet tall if he was standing, but
I
he's
pick him up.
There is less than half of him, so.
So
I've-
you
So-
grab him and pick him up, and you see that just below the like the top of his thighs, you see the like rusted and corroded pieces of his legs sort of twist and then just fall off, and you hear this little like whirring sound as he turns his head and looks, and he's like, "Ah, I hope I can put those back on."
Don't worry, I know someone who can help you. Yeah, he's making his own legs.
Even though he's lost half of his body, is he still larger than Filibuster?
Boo.
Slightly larger. And you see, as you pick the guy up, he is pretty heavy for like the physical size that he is, because he's like a robot. But Griffel is not going to need any sort of check to carry him. He's well within her ability to carry. The other thing you notice is that when you do this, when you actually lift him up off the ground, all three of the plasma cannons that are active in this area all focus on you, and you see that they're radiating heat and energy, but they're not firing.
Oh. Is that because they're charging up?
No, it looks like
I
they're
think
charged
it's-
with fire. You know you get shot on if you steal something important from the vault.
Okay.
So you just picked him up.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Wait.
your turn.
They won't shoot him though, will they?
Seems to not shoot at him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically,
Let's hold
you
on to
assume
him.
You're not getting shot because he's in the crossfire. Filibuster. At the beginning of your turn, the light of Baneslayer flares, and it allows you to make a saving throw against the disintegration from the
Game
idol.
sucks. Saving throw. Saving throw.
You take 14 points of damage. Welcome to your turn.
Cringe.
Why are
Can I
you
heal?
rolling like Drock?
Gary, can I heal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Minor action to heal.
Minor action to heal. Ooh, good roll. Well, decent roll. It's my healing surge value. 17. 17 plus 10 is 27.
I think your note is correct, but I'm double checking. Okay, yeah. You can't get the bonuses. It has to be ally.
Fuck. Wait, what? Oh, you mean the other stuff. I
Last-
don't care about that. Oh, wait, I get... That's 18 now. 3. Okay. The big eyeballs are still there?
Yeah, it looks like the portal is shrinking, but they're still there. Yeah. You get this sensation from Baneslayer as it's not trying to pull you off your feet or anything, but you get this tug like it's pulling on your hand, trying to draw you to go jump into it.
Into the portal?
Yes.
All the aberrants are.
Don't you want to kill outsiders?
May I, Gary, take a moment to converse with my weapon
Mm-hmm.
and just say, in some way, bad idea.
You get kind of a confused, like, why? Aberrants over there. Stab them.
I don't know how to convey this, but single lost battle does not win larger war.
And then you get an affirmative, like it understood that translation, and then just says, "Point me at the war."
I love it.
So like it stops tugging you towards the portal, but you get this sensation of like it's like, okay, well, direct me to where you need where I need to be then.
Okay, so on the tablet there is something attached to it.
Yeah.
Does it look like it can be unattached?
Oops, that is not correct. Oh, it's like that now. Okay. Sorry, they changed some stuff with the way that drawing tool. So let's say that this is a side view of the tablet.
Yeah.
And it has these coils and then a big blob on the back. Then kind of where the little squiggle is, that's where the writing is. So this is what the thing looks like. You've got
Does it look like is it a blob or does it look like a tick?
yes.
Okay. Is it feasible for me to transform Baneslayer into a power glove? Something like of the sort, and grab the blob?
I mean, you can transfer it into any weapon you want. If you send that sort of image, the implement changes in your hand to looking like a kind of like a mixture between a hand claw, like a guitar, and like a brass knuckles. So it's like it's not covering your hand, not like a gauntlet, but it's like the top half of a gauntlet with a huge claw sticking out of the top of it. You're pretty certain the Baneslayer turns into weapons only. But, you know, you could grab hold of this thing with the claw that it just turned into.
Let's do that. This is the war. Here, send Baneslayer. Here, let me send Baneslayer an image of the sun being blotted out, but the sun assists us in winning the war.
So,
and I would like
the claw goes to sink into it, and you get this instant just pushback as like Baneslayer is pushing forward, and there is like a force field around this sort of tick that is suction cupped onto the back of this that is preventing you from touching it. And there is this the sense of like rushing energy, sort of like you're trying to put your hand over a fire hose, if that makes sense. So there's not water coming out, it's like dark void energy. And you have to put your hand through the jet of energy coming towards you. It's coming out of the back of it, connecting it to the portal in the middle of the room in order to get Baneslayer on top of it. So if you're doing that, you need to have some sort of what would be a default power check to kind of force your way through that energy.
I've got you covered. Don't you worry. Give me a second. Why can I never remember the name of this fucking spell? Oh, there it is. Ah, it does thunder damage. That's not as topical. That's okay. May I expend Silent Malediction?
Sure.
And sort of, I always think of Silent Malediction as like a shockwave. So like try to like send a shockwave through.
So expending a power in this way will give you basically a big bonus to lower the DC of the check that you're making, but I still need by default a power check. So Arcana, Nature, Religion would all work, or you can try to justify something else.
I suppose Religion is the most appropriate, even though it's not necessarily the best. $21.
That is beating the DC by 1. So you grab hold of the thing with the claw, this sort of torrent of energy, it burns through, and please mark that you did spend Silent Malediction.
Yeah. I never use that shit anyways.
Let me make sure that I have the DCs correct, because I might be... you succeeded. I'm trying to see it by how much. Yes. Okay, so you go through, you kind of put your hand through the torrent of energy, you send that Silent Malediction, the divine energies to sort of shockwave to neutralize the sort of fire hose effect coming out. You blast it with an opposite force. And then when you pierce the claw into that thing on the back, you can feel it sort of shudder and shriek and bleed this black blood that as it comes down, you can see little bits and pieces of multicolored stars coming out of the blood as it bleeds through. And you feel your hand sink into the back of the thing. And for a moment, everyone sees Filibuster vanish. He just straight up disappears. And that didn't work. Hang on.
I love stars.
It's not. Oh, it's on the wrong layer. That's my fault. Hang on.
Inside.
So you see.
Take me to the void. Oh my god. No one else can see this, right?
Nope. So you're standing.
Oh, that's the dude that I saw through the portal.
Mm-hmm. So you're standing there, and you see this sort of thing, and all of the eyes and attention of everything around you focuses on you. and then you get this sort of excited thrumming from the claw in your hand, and the black sort of ichor drips onto the ground, and then you hear sort of through the weapon this echoing voice. I long for this battle, but my wielder wishes to win the war. When that happens, there's a surge of power from Baneslayer, and you blip back into standing in the room. You get this sensation
Thank you,
that
Baneslayer.
Baneslayer seems to be working for one of the first times that you've ever had it, where it seemed like it was working from your perspective, right? Rather than it's doing its own thing and you happen to be there, you made it clear that this is what needs to happen, and it agreed with you, especially since you did this thing that it wanted you to do. You drew all the attention of the beholders and things on you in the beginning, and you get the sensation from your weapon like, you did what you're supposed to do. You did what I wanted, and now I did what you wanted. We are even now. As it blips you back into reality.
Oh. You would not have liked what I saw.
So you come back out and you see the bits of wire start to unravel from the thing in the middle. And the hole in the big V behind you starts to dissipate.
Gary.
Yes.
Can I roll another saving throw?
Yes. You do get a saving throw at the beginning and end from the Baneslayer build.
Let's go. Thank God.
Morin, you're up.
So, for what I understand, one tossed the tablet across the room, and the plan was for this guy to shoot the tablet, right?
It was, but now
Okay,
Filibuster's
so
standing
my
there.
turn is me clapping the soldier on the arm and going, "Hold!"
You see the soldier is like hold the thing, like holding it up to his shoulder like he's aiming a rifle, and you just see through the like holes in his plate helmet just like complete bewilderment. Like, what in the fuck is going on right now? Whereas for him, it seems sort of devoid of the same expression that's on the other two, but for them, it's terror. What the fuck is going on? For him, you don't see any fear there. It's just complete confusion.
Yeah. So is the opening through which the beholders appear to be coming is dissipating?
It does look like it's dissipating, but you can see as it is, it's sort of like weirdly flexing and morphing and deforming. And in game terms, there's going to be effectively one more shot from the portal before it finishes, before it fails.
Right. Okay. So in that case, I'll ask the clearly more senior, or at least more veteran, more experienced soldier. How do we get the turrets to stop targeting us?
He looks at you and goes,
And I'll like point to the fact that at least one turret is targeting Griffle while she's holding the curator.
Yeah, three of them
There's
are
three of them.
So he kind of glances over you and goes, well, I've never seen them stay active. Normally, well, there's only been one attempt since I've been here. Normally, they all focus on one thing, and then it's cleanup time. And like looks around the room and is just like, they stop automatically, I think.
Unless something's still being stolen.
Let's hope.
So, end of the round, thing twists, morphs, changes, and there is this rippling wave of energy that flows out through it that tries to hit everything that's nearby the still open V. So that's going to be Filibuster and one of many. This attack bonus is... Oh, no, that's not the...
It's very fake, and it's minus 20.
I don't have this properly macroed in, so it's going to look weird. But basically, there is this sort of rippling wave of energy, and the pieces of the edge of the portal turn into these shadowy mouths that start to snap at everybody in a wave in front of the open portal. So this is not macroed correctly. Actually, I can just change it. There we go. It's gonna still display wrong, but 27 versus AC against one of many. Sorry, 2 less because Mark. So 25 AC against one of many, and then 21 against AC on Filibuster.
That misses.
That hit. These are just regular melee, right?
His regular melee attacks, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And then... Oh, I do have a button for the raise. Beautiful. 1, 2... Oh, man, I programmed this so much better than I thought I did. All right, so person 1, 1, 3, and 2. So that is
1, 1, 3, 2. No 10s. That's good.
That is good.
these are not the eye raise. This is who they're targeting.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
1, 1. It's not going to matter because of the end of the thing, but there we go. So raise. One of many. Give me 2d10. Drock, give me 1d10. Griffle, give me 1d10.
And once again, Morin gets off scot-free, bro.
Strategic.
Strategic cowardliness.
All right. So against one of many, Ray 7. Whew, 41 reflex.
Okay.
25 psychic damage. It does all psychic damage as this oscillating ray of darkness flies out from the portal and strikes into you. And you have to run away. Do you? Well, you can choose not to run away if you want. If you don't, you're going to take 16 damage in your turn.
I'll run away.
That's what I assumed. This is raid number 5. Again on one of many. 27. That's going to suck.
27 reflex.
Reflex.
Misses.
Oh, good, because then you wouldn't be able to run away. Ray 4 on Drock is the telekinetic one. So 36 fortitude on Drock. Hits, does 12 force.
These are coming out of the portal, right? Or is this the beholders?
Sorry, hit the wrong button. Ignore the bite there. And then the last one is on Griffle. Ray number 1. Searing Gray. A radiant beam flies out at you. 34 reflex for 34 radiant.
Jesus. Just hold the curator up in front of you.
I don't think I want to do that.
I have an artifact for you to hold.
End of the round. The portal, the big V in the middle, it doesn't snap shut so much as just like, it kind of looks like a big piece of filmy canvas that has a bunch of holes burn into it, and it just breaks apart. And it disintegrates in the center of the room. The plaque is still being sort of smashed against the wall, being held by one of many, being held in place. But you can sense that a lot of the defenses of the room are not deactivated, but they're not triggering anymore. They're sort of cycling in standby mode rather than turning off or anything like that. So we are out of initiative order.
All right, so Gary, I'm curious, what would have happened if the plaque hit the wards in the other way with the black stuff hitting?
Potentially bad things. Would have been a lot harder for Filibuster to cut off.
The wards wouldn't have taken care of it?
No.
Ah. You did good one. I mean, you caused this whole mess, but you did good cleaning it up.
Okay.
So really, in the end, it's like nothing ever happened.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, you took a ton of damage, Griffle. I took a couple hits, and one took a couple, but nothing happened.
I'm pleased with the outcome.
Yeah, Morin's just chilling.
It's new soldier buddies.
He just stood around like management watching and being like, nope, don't shoot, we're good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the room sort of over the next maybe 30 seconds, it kind of stabilizes. Two of the three soldiers that is off out of the side sort of slump back against the wall, and you can see one of them is just like quietly crying, like freaking out from the whole event. Whereas the dude that had the portal gun is sort of slowly disassembling his portal gun, sort of mechanically kind of going through the process, kind of like you'd expect someone to like clean their gun after an engagement, right? Like he's obviously doing something to occupy himself. So what do you guys do?
Is there a door I can knock on?
There is the main door that has the plaque, which I assume is not being held flush against the door anymore. I don't know if you let it fall.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about taking it to myself, but do the portal guns, like if I move it, do the portal guns track it, or how are they
When
reacting
you
to
say
that?
portal guns, you mean the plasma guns?
Or sorry, the plasma guns. Yeah, yeah.
You get the plasma cannons aren't active right now. You get the pretty strong impression that if you float that thing over towards you, if you like physically pick it up, there's a decent chance they're just going to shoot you.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Then yeah, I would just like gently place it on the ground, writing side up.
Do I, because I think that round ended, I think I might have had time for one more question for Clotho.
Sure. Yes.
I was going to ask her, like, what territory is this referring to?
So again, you get that double voices, right? And I'll do the less helpful one first, who's like, I don't know exactly where you are or where this is, so get back to me. As you hear Sally Main's voice. And then the second one says, it was a place protected by the Accords, a meeting place for mortals and immortal. For actually, they wouldn't say immortals and immortals. She would say creatures with nature and creatures without. Now that the thing's on the ground, there's no writing on the plaque. It just looks like a plain plaque of wood.
How much does the plaque remind me of the obelisk in Silver Spire?
Not at all. You guys have
Okay.
seen two of these plaques before.
Oh, where? I
Good
don't think
question.
I
Does
realized
anyone know where
that.
you've seen these before?
Seen what?
You've seen these plaques before?
Yep.
In I mean, they wouldn't be made of wood, right?
I mean, it is made of wood, and the ones you've
No,
seen,
the other ones we've seen, or
the other ones you've seen have all been made of wood and had the same description. For just looks like a plain old worn piece of wood.
Is it the same as like outside of the Sphinxes?
Yes, the Sphinx had one of these at the outside of her protective barrier.
Oh, yeah.
But it had like a riddle on it.
It did, but it was clear that that was written above it, not on it.
Oh.
You see
So
it
then,
in one other place as well.
Oh, so where did they get this plaque?
in the middle of the city.
You're saying we know for a fact that the original spot this plaque existed is in the middle of the city?
Well, that's where they found it, and they said like if they put it together with the stone, it kept trying to teleport back to the middle of the city.
Neat. It's like a signpost in Zelda.
Yeah.
I don't remember where
So-
the third one was, though.
Wait, there was another signpost?
Gary said we had two others that we ran into. So the Sphinx.
Oh,
And
well, I
somewhere else.
suspect one of them was, remember when we had our first space adventure, where we found the little transmission? What's the name of the crossing thing?
This is a question for the players, right? This is the DM asking the players a question. Because it is something that it is reasonable that the characters would not remember, do you want me to give the answer, or do you want me to leave it alone until you re-listen to the episode or remember it or whatever, or find it in notes later? Like, what is your all's preference as players?
Do you think it's important enough to remember? Or not for our... Do you think it's important enough to, like, make decisions based off of?
I don't think there are any immediate decisions that are going to be made based on this information. If there was, then I would sort of make the decision here. But this is sort of a world building Easter egg sort of thing, a bigger picture stuff. So,
I mean, I don't know that I would have clocked that if you had just said like there was a wooden sign here as being the same. So if my character would like, put it together and be like, oh, there was this mysterious thing. This is a third one just like that. I, as a player, am not putting that together, but.
And that's the thing is, I don't think. Do I think it's impossible that you would have recognized it in character? No, it's not impossible, but I don't think it's something that would have been obvious, right? Like, it was a detail and something that I described in depth in session, but it is also something that was like, oh, that's unusual, and then you moved on, which would be very reasonable for the players or it's reasonable that the players don't remember, and it's also reasonable that the characters don't remember. But I'm asking your all's question as players.
So I'm just thinking. So before you give away too much, Gary, I want to see if we can puzzle it out ourselves. So my thoughts are they're in quote unquote protected areas like the Sphinx, right? Which leads me to think it's either the vaults, like where we found Triptychos, or the only other place I was thinking that might have something like this was that underwater temple. Do we recall either of those places having something like this?
No.
No.
Don't.
I was thinking it was like where wild crossings are.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it would be something wilds related that would be.
Isn't that the name of the thing? A wild crossing, or it's the word crossings in it?
Yeah, it's a crossing. A wild crossing is the name.
I guess my preference would be to roll for it to see if my
To roll
character would
for it.
remember.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, might be the biggest, easiest justification for a history check I've ever heard of. But I think it's going to be a pretty decently hard DC. So let me
Sure.
figure out what I want the DC to be first, and
Okay.
then so I can see it as either history or streetwise.
And who's rolling? Everyone? Does everyone get a chance of this, or just?
Everyone can get a chance at rolling. I'm just trying to set the. Okay, I got it. So yes, if everyone wants to roll, everyone go ahead and roll either streetwise or history.
It's lit.
And what I'm doing is an aggregate, basically, is of the group is sort of throwing their heads together, and there is a total value that we're going for here.
Guys, if I roll best on this, I'm gonna be a little sad. Come on.
All right.
You haven't rolled yet. Oh, you did. Wait, did I not roll?
Missing
did.
one.
Oh no, there I am.
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5.
Am I blind? Hang on. 28.
Oh, Philly and I rolled the same. His is the 28 at the top. Yeah.
Oh, there's a 28. Yeah. 228. So.
That definitely beats hard DC.
It does definitely beat our DC.
But does it beat the super hard DC of our players forgot
What?
something?
Okay, hang on. This is. I talked to myself to do the math. I'm gonna stop talking to myself to show you the number.
Oh,
Meets it,
we
beats
did
it.
it.
Wait, I
Beats
saw.
it, beats it.
No, I
That's
saw
not
the
the
115.
If you hover over it, that's not the same equation twice.
No.
Oh, so that was your math at figuring out
Because
what
we
the
did
DC
so good.
was, and we hit it perfectly?
Yeah, it's the exact same number. It's just okay, cool. So there was a place that you went that clearly was called something else, or like the name that it was called doesn't match what it looks like now. There was a tavern that was called the Brick House, and when you went and saw it, the entire building was not made of brick, and it was made of this white stone. When you guys were inside of the Brick House in the big open room, and there was people kind of going around and talking in Silverspire, in the middle of the room there was a solitary, a freestanding brick wall, and on that brick wall was a plain wooden plaque that looked like it had writing on it at some point, but it had long since been worn away.
I do remember that.
Where was this?
And that was on Silverspire or here?
That was
That
the
was on
Silverspire. That was basically what was going on. Basically, was the guy from the First Legion was trying to get
on
him
one.
in his pants.
Yeah.
But that was the description of the room that whole scene took place in. Was that there was this in the middle of this huge room? There was a freestanding brick wall, like it was the remnants of a former structure.
Oh, and that was why wasn't the place called like the Brick Wall or something like that?
Yeah, it was called the Brick House, but it
Yeah.
wasn't made of brick. And Filibuster was like, "Why the fuck is this called the Brick House?" in the middle of the episode.
That's where we met the guy from the. Oh, was he the artist?
He already said all of these things. It's
Yeah, we met Arden. Well, we didn't meet him. We didn't meet the Arden there, but you had a long conversation with the Ardent and the group of guys that had come with you from defending the Reach, like the Legionaries were there with you. So that is the third place that you guys saw one of these plaques.
Oh, so you're saying there's 3 total?
Yeah, you guys have encountered 3 of them.
Got it.
Which is the one on the wall of the brick house, and then there's the one that was the basis for the riddle that was on the outside. It was basically the power source for the exterior of the ward on the Sphinx's lair, and then this one. So
Oh, I wonder if the plaque would end up in the inn where all the star shadows are.
Oh. That would make sense.
Quote unquote, the middle of the city.
Mm-hmm.
So, what to do now? You guys are basically in the room taking a minute. Griffel's probably healing herself from big
Yeah.
like laser burns.
Is this an opportunity for a short rest?
Yeah, exactly. You guys have a short rest while the defenses of the system are slowly turning off.
Oh, good.
It's going to be about 15 minutes of no action happening for the last of the defenses to to come down and for the wards to be considered inactive.
Is my aberrant totemic link no longer?
Correct. It's no longer functioning. As soon as the portal snapped shut, it stopped functioning.
I'll ask the curator what he knows about the tablet, because that seems to be the where all the trouble began.
Do you, when Griffle kind of, Griffle, are you gonna like put the curator down so you can heal yourself, or are you gonna?
Oh yeah, yes, yeah. So I mean, like I'll do it gently, and I'll make sure that he's like, propped against something so he doesn't fall over, like with care. But yes, I will put him down.
Do you sort of use the magic to heal yourself? He's kind of like looking at you and looks at you, looks from you to his like mangled and broken legs and down at the sort of disintegrated, ragged line where his legs end. And then Drock walks over to him and says,
what do you know of this tablet? This seems to be where all the trouble started.
Well, I am not completely sure of your security clearance. I do not mean to sound ungrateful, but I don't know who you are.
We were sent here to rescue you, and if knowledge of this tablet will keep you safe, it's probably good to share.
So, not a lot is known about those, and I saw some writing or lights from it. That's new. But the tablet was installed at a location further in the city, and it created a link with another access point. We think it was a controlling mechanism, preferably not to do whatever that was. But oh yeah, you can see him sort of like looking around the room, and while he doesn't have any facial expressions, there is some sort of feeling of like dismay as he's looking at all of these just like shattered and obliterated display cases in the vault. So it's got some primal power. We think it's designed or meant to be a focus, sort of like a ritual implement.
Do you know, can you describe where in the city this is from? Is it from within a building or just somewhere on the roads?
So he kind of turns slightly to the side, and you see one of those like repositories of green light. Actually, it kind of looks like this here in his chest, light up, and you see this illusion, a projection of a city street. And you can see it's kind of like broken and grainy, but you can kind of get an idea of where the stuff is, and you can see him sort of like zoom in on the illusion on the image and shows you there are these massive tall buildings, and it zooms in, and there is this big open square, and there is a picture, a little image of a fountain in the square, and then you can see that there's like a oscillating image, right, where he's showing you this is a picture, and then he shows you what looks to be the same square, but it doesn't have the fountain in it anymore, and the fountain is now like covered up with like a patchwork of things where the entire fountain has been removed, and now there's just an open square with a bunch of like stalls and stuff on it. So he shows you exactly where it is in the city.
Is that, do we recognize that area, or we haven't been there?
You haven't been there yet. But with his sort of like showing you a map of the city with his illusions, it's not that far away from the Tower of the Eye. It's probably only like a couple of blocks away from the Tower of the Eye.
So fairly central.
Yeah, it's very close to the middle of the city. The Tower of the Eye is basically the exact center of the city, and this looks like it's about as close to the center of the city as you can get without being in the structure at the very middle of the city.
Yeah, okay. Anything else do you guys want to ask him?
Are you able to deactivate the defenses and open this vault so that we may leave?
Unless you guys try to do anything else crazy or something else happens, they'll turn off eventually. The Shasek has permissions for all this stuff, not me. I'm just here to make sure that everything stays organized. You see, as he says that last part, he's like slowly rotating his head, looking around the room.
This poor guy.
I know.
One just turned his world upside down.
No. So, okay, we're stuck in this room. I think, can I just sort of sense for magic and see where all the good stuff is?
Isn't the whole room just like full of shit?
Why don't you just, start saying Lakessen and see what happens?
I will say that you guys are stuck in this room, but in character, you guys are aware that you're not like trapped in here. You're just waiting for all the mechanisms to finish disarming. So like you're going to be able to get out of here. It's just taking a long time for the security system to kind of slowly turn off. And you guys have, like I said, like 15 minutes if you want to do stuff in here, talk to the curator, talk to the other people, that sort of stuff. So I would say if one of many takes that time to kind of look around, there are a couple of different sections, and it looks like where the soldiers are now as they're sort of like getting everything together. On the right-hand side looks to be more or less what would be the armory. So there's a lot of display cases that are like weapons racks, and like, think of the suit of armor that's being put on display, where it's like it is a functional suit of armor, but it's being presented and has its own display case and has its own holding, that sort of stuff, where it looks like the people were in here were taking things out of this section of the vault, and were equipping themselves with those things to then go use. And you can see that the three soldiers that are here, two of them are still kind of going through it. Like the guy that has the gun, the portal gun that he put together, he's now putting that away into a case, and is sort of like checking all the stuff that he has equipped and making sure that everything is still in working order. And the other guy that didn't have a helmet on, which is the guy that talked to Morin first, he's gone. He's like going through and looking through sections that has these. They don't look like helms. They look like they're like diadems. Like there's something that head slot items effectively, but not like a full covered helm like the other two have. Whereas the one dude that's just sort of like sitting there staring off into the middle distance weeping is not paying attention to the room. You would, with the sort of native knowledge of rituals and magic and stuff, you can see that everything in here is around like the level like 6 to 10 range for the vast majority of everything in here. So the high heroic tier stuff. But there are a couple of items sort of sprinkled around the room that are, the equivalent of like +3 items. So there's like some 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 level items in the room. Most of those have their own sort of special displays. And it looks like there are like 1 or 2 items in the room still that are not currently being worn by the guards that look like they're of higher tier. So this is your like +4 items, your 15 to 20. But nothing that's beyond that threshold.
Gotcha.
So I've heard from, so Drock's done some talking, heard from one of many, Griffle, Philly, and Morin. What are you guys doing? Griffle, you heal yourself up? You set the curator down?
Yes. Yeah. So he said we don't have clearance and he doesn't want to tell us stuff, right?
It's more that he's not exactly sure what he can share, but he can share some stuff.
Okay. Oh, I don't even know where to start with this guy. Let me keep thinking. Come back to me.
Gotcha. And it's not necessarily you have to take action. Like if Griffo would just sort of like clean herself off and just sit and wait for the wards to deactivate,
Mhm.
like that's perfectly reasonable as well. Filibuster, what do you do?
I will offer praise to Baneslayer.
Basically, thank you for doing the thing I wanted you to do.
Yes.
So you get some like back and forth from the thing, and then you get this strange sensation of the weapon kind of drawing your attention towards the like big puddle of darkness around the base of the door still. And then you get the sensation of eventually we need to win the battles to win the war, right? Like this sensation of like testing, right? Unsureness, which it doesn't normally have.
Did we lose the battle?
And then you see you can feel Baneslayer sort of like creeping, like the sensation of it creeping up your arm. Like it's gonna try to show you something in your eyes, but it's not trying to force it. It's like reaching out to you rather than trying to force its way through. And
I accept.
Cool. So it slides up your arm, and you can see that the area at the bottom of the like in that like puddle of ichor, that there is something in there. And you can see him focus on it and like say, that is a necessary battle. What do you do?
I think I'm a bit confused on what it was talking about.
So basically the darkness in the room is fading away, the portal is gone, the ichor is sort of evaporating slowly, but the sort of remains of the thing that you ripped off the back of the plaque is still laying on the floor, and it's pointing at that saying, that is still a battle, we're going to fight it, right? Like it's trying to take things from your perspective, right? Where it's not saying, oh, it's a battle, let's jump in right now, and you're saying, no, you have to be smart about it. And it's saying, okay, but we still need to fight that, right?
It's saying the thing that we saw, basically.
The thing that you saw.
It will be. I hope we just have to find it again, or it finds us.
You get this weird find. Like it doesn't understand what you're saying.
Why doesn't it understand?
What is there to find?
We isn't that just a blob?
You want to walk over to it?
Yeah.
So you walk over to it and you see the blob is kind of evaporating, but inside of the blob, in the middle of it, there is something in there.
What is it?
You're gonna have to fish it out. How are you gonna fish it out?
I got with my hand.
So you pick it up, and in your hand it's almost the entire size of your palm, a segmented ring of iron that looks like it's broken into 11 pieces and then kind of linked together, kind of like chain link almost. And it's a big segmented hunk of iron in your hand. And it looks like there's a bunch of maybe like texture on it. Like the iron has like patterns on it, but the patterns are too small to really see.
I will carry it over to the group and I'll just hold on to it.
Okay, so Filibuster goes and plucks this little ring out of it and brings it over to you guys. He's holding it's about 3 inches across, just a metal ring that looks like it's made of a bunch of different segmented pieces, almost like like insects, right? There are a bunch of what's the like centipede, like the pieces of the armor of a centipede.
Curator, have you seen something like this before?
Well, technically, yes. I don't recognize that as a thing in my collection, but since it's not part of the collection, I guess I could talk about it. That's a potentially dangerous thing in your hand there. There's a bunch of strange cults and things that use those. They're kind of like spin discs, but each go to someplace bound very specifically.
He kind of very shakily extends his hand towards you for you to put it in his hand.
We could give it to Merc.
Do you
Does it
do you
look-
hand it
is
to
it-
him?
Is it the Guardian belt?
Hmm?
The device that transports someone back home belt? Home belt? I forget
Oh,
what
the
name of
safeguard belt?
was. Safeguard.
Yeah, it is not. Yeah, he asked if you'll hand it to him. Filibuster.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was me. Sure.
So the curator takes it from you, and then you see he kind of tries to pull something up from inside of his little armor, and then he pulls this thing out, and it's like it looks like a bunch of like rings of things that are slightly different sizes, and a couple of them have bits and pieces and like shards of glass in them, and then he kind of like stares at it and goes, "Oh, I guess I'll need to repair those." And he sets down his completely broken magnifying glass.
Oh.
And then he kind of,
See here, these etchings and things are very small and fine, but if I could see them, I could tell you which one was the most active, and it should allow a connection to a specific place, pocket dimension, but possible to access from other places. These are places of worship for some of the iron circles.
Isn't Iron Circle a cult?
he nods.
Goes by a bunch of different names. This kind of depends on what part of the black you're in, but they're all kinds of different ones.
He kind of looks around at each of you, and then you see him kind of put his hand up like he was going to adjust some glasses, but he is not wearing any anymore. He goes,
You look like you're from Shoban. There's a more recent iron circle back there that's causing all kinds of problems. So I heard. This Shade Taishan.
We know it.
Oh, God. Boy, do we.
Boy, do we. Can I hand him my lens of reading? Would that help him?
yeah, if you do.
I would.
He takes it. You see he puts it to the side of his head. There's a little port that opens up in the side of his head, and the lens slides into a little piece that sticks out. He sticks it down.
Excellent. Wonderful. I have one of these for something similar in my study. It's a little.
He kind of like looks around at the rubble, looks over towards a door that's against the far left wall, and then looks down at his where his legs used to be.
It's a little far away for me at the moment. Yes. It's this one.
He spins it over and holds up one of the segments and says,
This one is what it's tied to. The Dark Seer, Zul'Dan.
Zoldot?
the DM said it wrong. Zadoon is the guy's name.
Zadoon. That's the place that it's tied to, or that's the cult?
He shakes his head.
No. the individual of the 11. See, they're all tied to different pieces of things. This one here, the one is tied to Zadun. And if you go around in the circle, they're all there. This Ibar and Pantish and Nihal and Hakamar and
As he starts to like rattle off the names.
It's the Star Shadow.
Yeah.
Can we safely deactivate this ring so it cannot activate again?
Can we give it to somebody who wants to fight?
He kind of shrugs and goes,
it's not active right now. You could destroy it, I guess, but I don't know of any way to get the job done.
I
It's
could do-
not just a simple piece of iron or a magic item. This exists in a lot of different places at the same time. You need to have all of them and destroy them together to make even a mark.
Would seal portal work?
you would need to examine the object a little bit more, but from his description, probably.
Can I begin to cast that ritual?
Sure. So, he's kind of sitting there doing this. Morin, I haven't heard anything from you lately. What do you want to do? As they were kind of talking to the curator and the alarms are winding down finally.
I guess I'd ask I would ask the soldiers their names, so that I don't have to keep describing them to tell you who I'm talking to. What are your names, soldiers?
The one guy that's just sort of like silently like just sitting crying on the ground, he doesn't say anything. But the guy that's sort of still mechanically going through all of the stuff, the one that had the portal gun, and says Nedvir. And then he gestures towards the other soldier that's still active and still doing stuff and says Gustin.
Nedvir?
Yes.
Like Bedvir with an N?
Convenient.
I would say that like your character is familiar enough. Oh, and the other guy's with names bite out to recognize that he very clearly has like a giant name, or like an orcish name, a name that's in the giant tongue. It's really, like you said, it's really close to Bedvir. And then the other guy, Gustin, has a Bladeling name.
But they what race do they present as?
The dude who had the portal gun is in full armor. You can see his eyes underneath, but then he'll open up the helmet when he's talking to you. Now he's an orc. And then the other dude that was in the heavy armor, he is also a Bladeling. You just couldn't really tell. The only guy that you could tell what race he was the Eladrin guy that didn't have the helmet on, but he's the one that's sitting crying.
Okay. Nedvir, were you here in the vault when the attack started, and why?
He looks behind him, and then he kind of like takes a deep breath and goes, well, the Shasek wanted us to go and get some things done in the city. We're here to... He kind of gestures towards the stuff that's in front of him. Collect a bunch of stuff to pass out to the boys. The things in here are too valuable to be taken on normal duty, but it was supposed to be a rough day. It's just... He kind of puts his hand up and runs it through his hair that's all matted to his head with sweat under his helmet and goes, I mean, I guess it was a rough day, but it's do be a different kind of rough day, I guess. So it's kind of obvious that these guys might be like the sergeants, right? And they're gathering a bunch of like lower ranking magical weapons and armor to pass out to the guards.
Okay.
Because the raid was supposed to be today.
Right.
It's kind of the equivalent of like a police force kind of, going into the SWAT supplies and getting a bunch of stuff to go on a raid and getting like riot shields and things like that.
Right.
Okay. I feel like really we want to talk to Kolmata
Mm-hmm.
and Sushi. So
All right. Well, then I'll fast forward unless someone stops me. That got to hear from everybody at least a little bit. And the wards finish deactivating. The curator, spends his time talking about the Iron Ring with you guys, watching one of many complete the seal portal ritual. The DM is gonna remember what seal portal does.
I think I need to make a roll for you.
Yeah.
Arcana check that
Not
has to
the
be
other one, okay.
beaten. To be
Yep.
beaten to reopen it. 1 sec.
So my request would be, I'm assuming Filibuster is going to keep the Iron Ring. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you put it, on your character sheet somewhere, or put a note somewhere that says it has a seal on it that is DC 36?
36.
36. Yeah, because it's been sealed.
It has the name of all 12 star shadow or 11 star shadows on it, which I don't think we knew before. Can we get that list just when you get a chance?
Yep.
And also, can I show the curator my Morthlax eye and ask him if he's seen one of these before?
It does actually work. Here's the list.
Nice.
And that 9th one is the one that this is connected to, Zadoon.
Right.
So I was typing that in, and you wanted him to do something else? Apologies.
Can I show him the Morthlax eye and ask him if he's seen one of these before?
Oh, Morthax eye, the Orbeal.
Yeah.
So you ask him, have you seen one of these before? And he looks at it and goes,
I've not seen something exactly like that, but it's made of bound crystal. I've seen some stuff made of that before. Very, very hard to destroy stuff. They say that the living gate was made out of that stuff.
That is my understanding as well.
Wait, so what's the living?
Bro,
gate?
this guy just mentioned some shit. And why would he know about that shit?
He's old.
Which
that's
one was the
why.
living gate though? I'm forgetting that piece.
That's the gate. The
the gate to protect reality.
Like
The living
we
gate is the
protect
dude who
protect the
wants
universe
to
from
recombine.
everything.
I feel like you guys as players are like, oh, now we see why Kolmata wanted to save this guy.
he old.
Well.
So he says, yeah, I haven't seen this specifically, but I've seen stuff that's made out of this before, and it's basically impossible to break or to truly destroy.
Yes, that is true. Unfortunately, it is easy to lose.
All that stuff is temporally locked, a lot like this ring. Pieces that are in different phases and times, locations, and things like that. Some may or may not exist at different times, makes it very difficult to affect all of them at once. A good defensive measure if you don't exist when something is trying to kill you.
Yes, I have heard this as well. Would you have any knowledge of how to find more of these, given that we have this example.
Well, there are some astronomical triangulation devices that I would be able to use. One of them is on this ship, but it takes far too much power. I don't have enough energy to properly run the device. But if I had, I could put that into it and find all the things that are linked to it, at least the ones that currently exist.
Hmm. What sort of power source would you need?
Oh, this entire ship runs on a bunch of different power sources, but a lot of the pieces of the puzzle don't really work here. There's pieces it brings in from other mirrors, and a lot of those don't really work out here. But if we can get the ship out of where it's stuck, I could get the engines working back proper, and with the engines working back proper, I mean, people would care that the weapon works again, but all the tools and things in here, they could work again, and I could toss that thing into the machines, and it'd show me everything I need to know.
Well, that is very
Can
helpful.
can we just steal this guy and put him on our ship? He can't
love
run
to.
away, so it like
You know my answer. There's always room for one more.
You haven't asked him if he's free here or if he's a prisoner. I mean, if he's a prisoner, then, you know, by definition, we have to steal him back and free him, right?
yeah.
I think he likes it here, though.
We could say that we have orders to to take him.
Yeah, except Clamato's going to open the door.
No, but I mean, like from our superior,
Hey,
whoever we're serving. I don't know. We're not. We have a made up person.
55.
On this side.
Hey?
Naturally.
Ah, weird.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, guys.
If no worries. If he has a device that they're not able to use that requires a lot of power, maybe that device could be a part of our payment.
Yeah,
Is this
but we
something you're
want
saying
him to
out
run
loud
it.
or telepathy back and forth?
Yeah, I would say that
Okay.
telepathically.
I was making sure I did not need to respond to it.
Yeah.
As the curator. So any other things before the wards fall and the doors opened?
Not for me.
All right. So the wards finish falling. The lights in the room sort of dim for a second. You can tell that like some of the stuff in here was like emergency lighting, and then you guys can feel this wave of teleportation throughout the room as the cannons that are spaced throughout the room just blip back into their little pocket dimensions in the ceiling. So there's little spin discs that are in the ceiling they're connected to, and they just sort of whoop, zip back up into them. And then you see the green spin discs in the ceiling seal shut. The door opens up, and pretty much immediately, there you can hear like some talking on the other side, and then Aranopos steps into the line of sight because it's clear that Kilmata and Sashiv are off to one side, and then Aranopos kind of like goes in line of sight. He is wearing like this massive shield that was nowhere around him when you saw him before, so he's pulled that out of someplace, and has a hammer in the other hand. And you see him kind of like look back and forth, just sees all the destruction in the room, and just sort of sees that people are here. And then he says, "So is the trouble past?" "Oh, looks like almost everybody made it out." And you see the two of the three soldiers kind of walk towards the front door, and walk up to Aaron.
Third soldier in there, but his mind seems to be addled quite a bit.
The orcish guy says, and kind of like shakes his head and says, "I told you, do be a shame for him to be given command of others. He doesn't have command of his own senses, Captain." The Minotaur kind of nods his head. So 3 of you survived? And the guy frowns and then says, There's not much left of the others. I saw the beams of whatever that stuff was, and we hid. I'm sorry, Captain." And Aaronopos shakes his head as 3 is better than none. Or he kind of looks over towards the guy that's still like sitting on the floor weeping. 2.5. And then he kind of looks and he says, "Looks like all of you survived. Guess you are made of some tougher stuff." And he says that towards your group and then looks over towards the curator, and you see for the first time he actually does smile at the curator. "Ah, good to see you, sir." He gives a pretty low formal bow to the curator. So the curator just sort of like gives a weird wave sitting over on the table. And then after a second, you hear Komada's voice from the side. And then Aaronopoulos says, "Yes, yes, sorry, mistress. It is clear." And she and Sachiv both walk into line of sight. You guys can see them. Komada kind of like looks around, kind of like quickly looks like she's assessing the damage, but then sort of like checks off people really quickly. And then walks up to you all and says, "So the threat is past? Neutralized? Something?" She looks down and like she would have to step over the plaque on the floor in order to walk in, and you see her like sidestep around it, like leaving it on the floor where it was. So she asked, "Has the danger passed?"
From what we can tell, it has. It seems that there was a portal that was opened, but we believe that we have neutralized it.
It should be almost impossible with the wards here, but I won't deny that I'm seeing something got in here. Today is just getting stranger and stranger, and she looks over towards the section of the room that's like completely demolished. More and more costly. She kind of like tilts her head to the side for a second, and you can recognize when someone is getting sent a sending. And then she makes like her mouth moves like she's talking. She's not actually forming words. But you guys have seen people that use mental communications. It's kind of a pretty common like tick to do something with your mouth when you're talking in your head. And she's clearly responding to a sending. Then she takes a deep breath and goes, "And it's going to get more complicated. Are there any... I hate to ask this, but Sergeant, would you please go and see if you can find any remains of the other 2? I think if the alienist has something to work with, he might be able to bring them back."
Which alienist is this?
So she gives you a sort of bleak smile and says, "There's only one in the city right now, and hopefully that'll go back to 0 soon enough."
Lady Komada, it would be unwise to employ his services. Alternately, we have access to resurrection if you are able to provide materials.
So she says, "The deal has already been made. I agreed that the securities offered by the alienist being able to overlook some of the sins was useful for us to be able to take the city in a timely manner and for my people to be protected. I can't employ other services and still maintain my position. Nor could I flat out say no to the alienist when he has offered something. He's going to be up here soon to survey the damage, and he likely needs something. I imagine he could sense some of whatever this was. I'm going to need to get a story in place, and best I can do is ask you whether you want it to involve you or not.
So telepathically to the party, I think we need to level with her.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Again, before, because that's a big thing. So can I hear from
Yep.
Griffle?
So, like, and tell her which
How
piece.
much leveling?
Yeah.
I think we need to tell her that Stent is a star shadow.
And we know that for sure, or we're just pretty
Yeah.
sure?
No, we know that 100%.
We definitely know that, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, just trying to remember everything, all the pieces. And I'm bad with names in general, so I'll make sure I'm on the same page. But yeah, I think we should tell her that then, for sure.
Can I, for a moment?
So he's gonna overlook some of the sins, presumably sins that Kolmata and Sashiv, yeah.
So, like an alienist, they are allowed to do all of the sins.
Yes.
Like they're allowed to divine and resurrect and murder.
Yep.
So I think she means like he's going to resurrect for her. But
she couldn't accept that from anyone else because it means that like
because it's sin.
Mm.
But
also she's offering to lie to an alienist on our behalf. She's offering to like omit the fact that we
I
are like
think
even
yeah, and that's great and everything. But I think that I think if Stent resurrects those two, they're going to be star shadows.
Oh.
Right.
And then there will just be more star shadows.
Oh, because that's what happened in the vision on the ship.
Well, yeah, the star shadows killed Stent, who was a real person, and his whole group, and then took their
turned them
bodies.
into star shadows.
Yeah, we should tell her that.
Okay.
Wait,
Lady-
hang on. Can
Okay.
I say something first?
Yeah.
Like, so I want to say this to her. Because I think that, like, you know, so what I want to say is, Lady Kolmata, your daughter hopefully has filled you in on our doings since we've come here. I would like it noted before we go on to say anything else that we have been as honest with you as propriety has allowed to this point, that we have not caused you or your city any harm, and also that when faced with a choice between leaving at the first sign of trouble or staying and helping, we chose to stay and help. I would like to lay these as proofs against our intended honesty. And then I gesture to one to go on.
Okay. Lady Kolmata, we must tell you something in deepest confidence that greatly impacts the safety of your city. Would you wish us to have this conversation here now?
So she looks around for a second and then says, "The alienist is on his way, and I must give him a full report personally when he arrives. Aaron, your men need assistance finding if there's any remains, and at least one of them needs to be collected himself. If you wouldn't mind." And you see she sort of like dismisses him over there, and then she looks over towards the curator and kind of bows to him, not as deeply as Aranobos did, but then says to him, "Sangra Hadyesk, I think you need to get yourself a new set of legs. Would you find it appropriate if we used your office?" She gestures towards that door on the far left side of the vault. And then the curator goes,
"Oh, no, of course. It's going to take me a bit to get them all in place. This is such an awkward place to have your legs removed."
He sort of was like holding on to the like, very jagged end of his thighs.
Where's a less awkward place to get your legs removed?
Good question.
So she gestures for you guys to go to a little room that's in the far end of the vault. Specifically, although we didn't get there in the skill challenge, this room. So she goes in, and I assume it's probably Griffle that ends up carrying the curator, or Griffle or Drock, one of the two. But the curator would ask you to set him on that table that's on the left. That seems to have a bunch of like tools and parts and pieces that are associated with it. And then he starts to gesture to things on the table that floats him over a couple of different sets of leg equipment pieces. A lot of them are mismatched and disjointed, kind of like his arms aren't quite the same size. Like everything is, it kind of looks like you built someone from a junkyard. And that's kind of what his assortment of legs looks like as well. And you see him sort of immediately kind of check out from the conversation, more or less, and start kind of grumbling to himself about how he's going to, completely detach the piece of leg and get the next one on, and whether he can find he has two that match and things like that. So he's kind of grumbling to himself, working on himself, and you guys are standing in the room. She shuts the door behind her. And you can see on the far side, there is a that door here, this window here. It looks like a window out into like a cavern, but you know that you're in the middle of the vault, and that's pretty sure it's some sort of like illusion or view screen or something like that. And she says, "This place is, well, it's about as secure as any place can be. So if there's something you think is important, you need to tell me. We're going to get the least number of people hearing about it here." So basically, it's you guys, the curator, her, and Sashiv that are in the room.
Okay. I will attempt to keep this brief, but I know that you will have many questions and doubts as I tell you this information. We are not a part of your Imperium, and we do not ascribe to the sin of divination. We have received many powerful prophecies as of late, and in one, we saw your alienist Stent on a mission to an ancient temple out in space. And during this mission, he was beset by the star shadows, Akamar, Hadar, and Gebeth. He and his crew were killed. We have now seen him here in Tantarus with those same crew members, and we have had powerful divination that has connected those shells to those star shadows.
So she kind of breathes in, and then as she breathes out, she kind kind of says, like half under her breath, "Trust not in divinations, for they reveal more about the one who casts the stone than that can be seen in the ripples of the water." Yes, but
And
in
yet
this
your own
place-
mother relies on divination to serve you, does she not?
You see her kind of like taken back by that for a moment, and then glance over towards Sachiv and says, "You've learned much about us. And yes, divinations are a necessary evil here. I would not be able to run the city or be able to deal with any of its inhabitants if it didn't turn a blind eye to a significant amount of that particular problem here. I'm hoping that if this place can be considered a legitimate place, we can have a proper second alienist here stationed that would be able to help those to prevent its use. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You're right, we do use divinations. We try to see through the cloud. And you say that you've seen the alienist be taken down, that star shadows have taken their form. But divination is a complicated thing, a treacherous thing. Maybe this vision that you think you saw is a reflection of something else, or maybe it is something that is going to happen in the future. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. If the alienist is what he says that he is dangerous and deadly and can command me to do whatever I could in my power to stop you or kill you. If he is this other thing, then that doesn't really change things. Each of the alienists carry with them the weight of the collected sins, the excess, the arrogance, the murder, the dishonor. They drape themselves in to do their task. If this one's a hollow void inside for real, other than just wearing the weight of the void around him, it doesn't mean that I can disobey him and keep this place safe. So she's basically saying, from her official position, it doesn't really matter. Like, it matters, but it doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's an interesting take.
She's not wrong, but she would be wise to not mention us. And we should probably relay that to her in a tactful way. And is it wise to mention that the portal was a link to Zudan?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I just took a bite of dinner. If somebody
Okay.
else wants to jump in.
Nah, you were doing good.
You can tell that while she's talking, there is sort of like a resigned thing to her, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is definitely a cultural piece here, and Morin probably picks on it more than everyone else, of even if the person who's commanding you to do something is a piece of shit, it doesn't really matter. They still have to obey the command, or you don't keep your position.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's going to
Well-
be limited in what she can do to help.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do not expect you to put your city and yourself in danger to fight this cause, but we do think that Stent would not resurrect your soldiers in good faith, but rather use them to install additional members, additional star shadows.
So her face kind of turns at that, and she looks away from you all to the curator, and he's sort of tinkering with trying to remove bits and pieces from his right leg.
They're correct. Some of the shadows can replicate themselves and stuff them inside of other objects. If they have copies of themselves with them right now, they could just swoop right inside. It's one of those pesky problems of having flesh to fit everything around.
You see, as the curator is talking, her face is just sort of like getting darker and darker.
I will confess another sin that I have additionally used divination to link with the star shadows and can sense them. And I have sensed that there are several in the city beyond just those clothed in the flesh of those we saw murdered. So I believe that they are primed to install additional copies, and we have been told that they prefer to take bodies of power, so it may be that you would be a prime target.
She kind of shakes her head. No, I'm not worried about myself. At least I'm not worried about myself and being a useful host for them. They can't mimic the light. And when she says that, you see her eyes glow quite a bit brighter.
But how many see you? How many are affected by your proclamations?
So she takes a deep breath and goes, "Yeah, that is a problem. And it makes things make sense. There's been something about the alienist that I felt is false. I thought when Mother read him that she was reading he had ulterior motives, and which of them don't. But I think I could see that the light he carries is fake. He may be no Deva." So you can see her sort of like slowly thinking through it. And you can tell there's a bit of like, she's maybe going over conversations that she's had. And then Sachiv speaks up and says, "Daughter, you need be care. This feels like an important moment, a decision that you're making." And then Sachiv kind of turns towards you guys and goes, "We can't openly defy an alienist. We might be able to obscure things. This was a confusing situation, and we can make it not very clear, or not as clear as we have to be. There is a measure of will associated with running anything, and we can't just be lapdogs all the time. But if this is the thing you say, we can't openly help you." And then she looks towards Clomata, and Clomata smiles and says, "But the alienists believe that they have dominion over everything. They're stronger. They're empowered by their sins. Do you think if they become a star shadow, or a shadow becomes them, they would keep that arrogance?"
I do not know, but it does seem likely.
And you said that the alienist was one of them, and there were others.
Yes, the
From
two
what I can-
Minotaur.
That's right.
The two Minotaur.
She nods. Saf and App. I've met them, yes. I do not know exactly what happened in the vault, but it looked pretty dangerous. They took my captain out with one of those beams, and she kind of looks over towards Griffle, who's not quite still smoking, but very obviously took some damage. You seem to be made of tougher stuff. How likely do you think it is that, were he isolated, you could defeat this alienist and his shadow?
Well, funny you should ask. We have an ally, one who could very likely defeat him and capture him so that he could not be reborn elsewhere. and slip the net. Since we are laying our cards on the table, he is the one who is responsible for the ward in the underground, and he is an ally of ours.
And you're saying this ally, the ward below, could contain the shadows?
No, but our ally could create a trap that would contain them.
You say could create
Hang
quickly?
on. We
Hmm.
do. We should probably disclose that would, like, the wards would be consumed in that process.
Yeah. We have discussed trapping the shadows with our ally, and he would need to drop the wards in order to let them into his domain so that they could be trapped.
Which would allow the underground to be accessed again. Yes?
Hmm.
You don't ask much, just everything. Well, this ally of yours that can trap them, if that can be done, it could be worth it, I guess. I don't know. Everything is going to be happening so fast. I need time. That's important. How long does your ally need to trap them, and is there any materials that is required?
I believe he needs a few days. I do not know if there are materials he needs. I do believe that he would benefit from the assistance of one who is skilled with fabrication, such as your curator, if he would be willing.
The curator kind of looks up.
Fabrication, I'm no thing or two. Mostly I just use what I have.
And he kind of moves over his legs and start kind of bolting it back into the position. And you can see he's like trying to put in a bolt that's way too big for the one that he's using. And then he puts it over on the table and takes out a little, like, kind of looks like a little like a cap that has full of this like ominous red light. And he starts to spin it through, trying to sand off the tops of the bolt to get it to fit into his leg. And
Like this guy.
Clamata shakes her head and goes, I'm sorry, we won't have days. The alienist is looking for something, and we've seen that there's a decision coming that is. I have to make a choice soon. And if I make the wrong one, I won't be me anymore. This will be my last life. The last life with my light. And I can't keep them away from you for a couple of days. If that's going to be the case, once the alienist figures out what happens here, and I imagine it'd be soon, he has access to rituals that allow him to see what happened in that room. He's going to make decisions. He's going to come for you. And I can buy you a few hours, I think, but you're going to have to leave the city, or we're going to have to work together to make it to where you come out on top without this trap of yours.
Hmm.
And
So-
sorry, just for my reference, how long has it been since we talked to Bedvere? Because we did the dream thing.
In about a day.
Only a day, okay. And Bedvere needed, he said, how long?
He needed a couple days, so like 2 or 3 days minimum.
Okay, minimum.
Well, okay. So I guess telepathically, talking this out with the party. So his trap won't be ready. We know that he can kill them, but that's sort of not worth him bringing the wards down because they'll just get away again, right?
But they can't go through the wards. What if we just went back in there?
Yeah. They definitely can't go through the wards. That's a good point.
Wait, who can't?
The Star Shadows?
Oh, I think they can. Right? Wasn't he saying that either people that have no regrets or people that don't think that their actions require them to feel regret? And the Star Shadows are one of them.
But then why would he have to bring the wards down to do the trap?
Do the trap. Yeah.
Because he's like holding the ward, I thought.
I think it's an artifact. It's just an artifact that's doing it.
Yeah, it's just on now. Gary, are we misremembering something here?
Yeah, so he has to power the trap, and in order to do that, he can't have the artifact interfering with him. So he could, hypothetically speaking, he could leave the ward up, leave the warded area, and power the trap and keep the ward up, but that was not what he was planning on doing, right? Like, he thinks that the ward will interfere with his ability to run the trap inside of it, so he either needs to take off the ward or he needs to leave the warded area, but leaving the warded area carries its own dangers.
Okay.
So then that does mean the Star Shadows can go through the wards, so that's not safe either.
Mm-hmm.
And can we... This is back to the ship and teleportation. Can we teleport out of this area right now, or is that still dangerous?
I think no, because we're in the cause. We're just like at the edge of it.
You are in the cause, and it will create a large explosion if you teleport. At bare minimum, where you teleport from, and probably where you teleport to.
Well, I don't know what to do then.
Well, okay, but we do have the glyph, so we could just leave.
Yeah, that is an option. But then what will the Star Shadows do here? But I mean, we could
Probably
give
chase
that.
us, right?
Yeah, we could give that as an option. Just we leave. But
And that's what she said, right? She basically said, "I can delay this, but I can only delay it for like an hour or two until he does his ritual, sees what happens in the room, and then he's gonna come after." So you either need to get your friend to help you now, you need to get out of the city immediately, like run right now, because I can only delay him for a short period of time, or we need to set this up in some way where you guys can take down the alienist.
So if we're going to leave now, if we are going with that option, I would say the condition on that is we want to take the glyph from the other vault. Like, we know with the glyph we can use the borer. We don't know right now if we can use the borer without the glyph. We're guessing. But if we don't have time, then I want to take that glyph and leave.
It's not a bad idea. I agree.
By leave, you mean leave Tantris?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe before we leave, we tell the curator how to find Bedvere
Yeah,
so that he can help him with the forging.
I think we should definitely do that. I guess. Does this mean we're gonna leave Kiki because we're sort of going too fast?
All you can do is sending to her and ask her to meet us at the ship.
Yeah. Because I don't think there's a point in her like trying to get Stent alone where we kill him because we know that he'll just reincarnate somewhere.
Correct.
So kind of during this, because you guys are having mental conversation, and it's obvious to the other two people that are in the room that you guys are having a telepathic conference.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, someone said they wanted to say to the curator how to get to
Bedvere.
Yeah. So what would you say?
I guess I would try to share with him the knowledge of how we got to Bedvere and what the location is. Like it's a
We
forge
got there
underground.
by using your spear, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, tracking divine energy. But specifically that it is a Lugosi
Hmm.
in an ancient forge. And I think I would impress on him the fact that that should be information for him alone. He shouldn't be sharing that with
Are you going to
Kolmata.
try to tell him that telepathically then, if it's information for him alone?
No, I'd probably just like take him off to the side. Can he communicate telepathically?
You've not tried, but also you can't really take him off to the side. Like he's at a work table in the middle of the room.
True.
I would say that you would also pretty reasonably get the impression that the curator has like there's some definite respect between the curator and Kolmata, but you're pretty certain if you tell the curator something, he's going to tell Kolmata. Like you do not think he's going to keep that secret. This guy does not seem like he's a great person for keeping secrets in general.
Do we care if Kolmata knows?
At this point,
Probably
it's,
not.
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would you say, Maureen?
The source of your wards that are driving the undesirables out into the open is Benvir Lugosi, the former Skylord. And he's using an ancient forge deep in the heart of Tantris to create a new pair of legs for himself.
You see
And
Kolmata just like stare at you and you say that, and the curator doesn't respond for a second, and then she goes, "The Smith? The Smith is the one creating the ward?"
No,
Well, an
no,
artifact
no, no.
that he has.
the one powering the ward.
The Smith was his grandfather, great grandfather.
So she kind of gives this like completely baffled look.
Oh, well, from our perspective, he's the one. He made these spools, kind of explaining how to really work the Titanic steel. He did a lot of things quite a long time ago to explain how all of the pieces work. But if you're saying he's brought his forge back to life, then well, I guess that could be a good thing too. And I have something around here somewhere about the location of the original forge. I bet that's where he is.
He would
You can see
benefit
what
greatly.
we meant when we.
He would benefit greatly from your assistance, curator, as he fashions new legs for himself.
So you see him like turning a thing, like bolting like a thigh piece on, going,
Well, that is something I have some experience with, I guess.
You can see we spoke the truth when we said the presence of the wards is little to do with the city itself and merely its resting place atop the forge. Benvir means the city no harm and wishes not to interact. He simply wishes to forge himself a new pair of legs and then leave.
Yes, telepathically, we had nothing to do with him losing the use of his legs.
the two Deva kind of look back and forth at each other, and then Sachiv says, "That does make things complicated. He was the de facto ruler of this place before the Imperium came and took things over. There may have to be some discussions and concessions made. But our records say that the Smith was a reasonable person, and this could be a good thing, I guess." You see
I do not believe that he would wish to challenge your authority in this city if that is what you are concerned about. If you find him and you speak to him, give him our names and our regard.
And so Kolmata nods and says, "I am not concerned about my position from him, but there is going to be some animosity that needs to be smoothed over. But that is a problem for the future. For now, we need to deal with the alienists in one way or another.
I bet the Smith, if he was making you a trap for those shadow things, he's probably using something that's got a lot of power to it, like our engines. I bet you can just stick one of them in an engine core and they'd be pretty contained. I bet that's what he's thinking. He's gonna build a thing and he could build us a new engine.
You see, he's just sort of like gesturing and yapping as he's clicking at things, and he picks up one of the pieces of a leg and discards it and grabs another piece that floats over towards him. So you can see that both Komata and Sachiv are having some sort of mental conversation as well, back and forth, and are like very rapidly like just talking to each other and like nodding. And there's some sort of like you can see like the wheels are turning very quickly for Komata. Like, okay, this is a lot of new information. What can I do with this?
So have we asked her if we can take that thing and leave?
No.
We should do that.
Okay. Komata, since it does not seem that we will be able to trap the star shadows, given the timeline, and we know that killing them simply sends them back to be respawned, perhaps that we should go. We believe that they are here seeking us and seeking the artifact that we viewed in your vault and its twin that spawned the beholders that killed your men. If you would give us those two artifacts and we could leave, it may be that they would pursue us and leave Tantarus untouched. I do not believe that they have business here beyond preventing us from our task.
Sorry, we don't want the one from this vault. I don't think we care about that one. And if the two are brought together, they teleport, right?
Oh.
So I only want the one from the other vault.
Okay.
That's my thought, unless I'm wrong and
Yeah,
missing
no.
something.
Okay. I amend it. The one from
I mean,
vault.
there is definitely like that is a problem for the use of the item. It's whether Drock would want the plaque for just what it is. It's like separate from what you need it for to navigate the cause. So
Yeah,
I
that's kind
mean-
of what I was thinking. I mean, it's only if they're touching, right, that they teleport.
yeah,
Okay, well, and then maybe, but like to me, this is the one that they seemed more protective of, so I wasn't gonna try and make a play for it. And if we've seen 3 of them, they don't seem super important to me. Kind of, they're just kind of in random places, right? So I don't know. What we could ask. My primary thing would be the item for the borer. If we
Sure.
could also get this, cool. If not,
Well, when you negotiate, you got to start with
Start
a strong
big.
ask.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, we'll take the curator too in that case.
He's got to help Bedfare.
I mean, he'd be more help for us, right? Bedvere's
so
cool.
what you're actually asking of Komata the 2 artifacts so you can leave. Yeah.
Mhm.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and that thing the curator was talking about that doesn't work. That could tell where other things are.
Oh, that they only have the power for?
Hmm.
Sure.
So you ask for those 3 things, and the curator sort of nods his hand with a wrench in it and says,
Part of the eye. No, can't take it with you. I mean, unless you can take the whole eye with you, in which case, we're all going on an adventure.
I like this guy.
I'll just say that we are.
Oh, pardon me, curator. I misunderstood.
So Komata nods and says, and so you're asking me to give you 2 relics in my charge to take with you to be likely lost in the cause, and you're asking me to stand aside and let a rogue alienist possessed by a creature of the far realm to just wander off on its own.
If the timing were better, if we had all the time in the world, we would love to see him trapped, and we would love to return these artifacts to you after we are able to use them. But fate has not been so kind to us, and we see this as the next best option.
She nods slowly and then just says, both ways feel wrong. I feel like I'm at a point where I have to make a choice. And in both places, I can see darkness. It is my place to stand before the darkness, to bring light. That is what the Imperium is, what it does. What it does when it's at its best, at least. And I don't want to stand aside. But maybe that's the choice that I'll make in this lifetime that will help me in the ones in the future, the ones to come. I can remember. And you see her close her eyes, and she opens her eyes back up, and there's something really weird about the light out of her eyes. It kind of has this backlit look, almost like she's got two flashlights coming out of her eyes. This time, however, it looks different. Rather than it being more or less the same uniform color coming out of both eyes, it's like there's a dozen different hues from dark to brilliant white coming out of her eyes, like her eyes are a mosaic of every different possible color of gold. And you can see those colors shift and change as she's looking at something, looking backwards at her past lives. It's never been my way to stand aside. I guess it will be what I do to give you time. She smiles, nods at you, looks over at Sashiv and says, and you'll need some sort of plausible deniability. I believe you are sinning, Mother. You might need to be removed of your role for use of illegal divinations. You see Sashiv give like a really hard smile. If that is what the Shasek commands, then I will go to be relieved of duty. And you see the Shasek kind of give a mournful look towards her second, and then turn back to you and say, I'll do what I need to do. Give whatever is needed, and I hope to see people like you in my next life. She nods towards you, and then says, well, I think we're about out of time, and you need to get as much of a head start as you can. I'll delay them, and I hope you can get your time to move. How are you going to leave? From the divinations that we've seen, nothing is really open going further into the cause for quite some time. Do you have some other way of making it out, or are you heading back through that clear path that we've seen the past few days leading back to the outside of the cloud?
While we have been very forthcoming with you, and I do not fear telling you the answer, it may be best that you do not know.
Right. Yes. I cannot tell what I do not know, and nor can my skull when it's removed from my shoulders. Very well. Be off with you. She...
Lady Kulmata,
Yes?
We are sensible of the sacrifice you make and the trust that you place in us.
Thank you.
Well, just know this. If you've somehow managed to lie to me and this is all one big fake, a heist of epic proportions, know that when my eyes close and they open again red, I'll find you. And when I'm looking red, the sins don't matter at all anymore.
Does that, like, in character, would we know, like, does that mean something special?
I mean, very unlikely that you guys know what she's talking about, but is
Some
possible.
Deva thing.
She's clearly talking about some Deva thing, yeah.
Also, if she's, like, is she banishing her mom? Did I get that right?
She's
Sounds like it.
Yeah, sort of removing her from duty.
Leave without pay.
So,
Yep.
does she want to come with us?
You get the impression that this is being done to sidestep so that she can stay.
But I mean, if she has nothing to do here, she could come with us.
Is nobody trained in religion? I could have sworn somebody.
I'm trained in religion.
I am trained in religion.
Wait, the head of a new religion is trained in religion?
Am I?
Y'all better be trained.
Oh, I'm blind. Untrained. Sorry. So, Morin, you're not exactly sure what the process is, what the mechanism is, all this sort of stuff. But what you've heard, that kind of the rumor that Deva have, and when Deva are born into Genasi in Sanctuary, a lot of them get sent basically to the outer space, right? They get sent to the Deva. And there are frequently people from the Imperium that come and try to recruit Deva that are born into other races. So it's, basically, Deva isn't its own race. Anyone can be born into a Deva. Like the Klomata was born as an Eladrin, but she's a Deva. The Sashiv was born a halfling, but she's Deva. So there are Genasi that are born with the divine spark in them, born as Deva. And you've heard at least some parts of the pitch and the story behind it is one of the reasons they do go out into the world to find children that are born as Deva is because if a Deva leads an unjust life, whatever that means, and different stories will be different, you're not super familiar with any of them, but that when they are reborn, instead of being reborn with golden eyes, they're reborn with eyes that glow red, and they're reborn as a Rakshasa. So it's a similar sort of thing of like a fallen angel, but in a slightly different form. This is a Deva that would be changed, reborn as a Rakshasa. So she says, off with you, and dismisses you guys to head toward your ship.
Well, to the other vault to get that piece, right?
Sort of, yes. You have to go by the other vault to get to your ship. So yes, and
So can we do a sending to Kiki to tell her to meet us at our ship?
sure, you want to. Not that hard to do.
And then can we do we can't do a sending to Bedbear because he's in the wards. And then, yeah, skip those two things and then go, right? Do sendings
Now-
to all of our crew.
She does offer to give you guys both of the artifacts. Do you guys take both with you?
Yes.
I think we should.
Yeah.
We carefully keep them separate.
Yeah, two different people hold on to them. And I assume Philwester keeps the ring now that it's sealed, yeah?
Sure. Is it a ring?
It's a ring.
I mean, it's
I
a
like
ring.
wood.
It's just it's like it would be just slightly too small for a bracelet for you. But I mean,
That's funny.
it does not look like a ring that's designed to be worn, if that makes sense. It just looks like a circlet of metal.
Okay. I will like. Let's assume I have like a carabiner or something just like hanging on that.
Just a portal to a hell dimension, no big deal.
That could open at any moment as soon as something passes a DC 36.
Yeah.
I wonder if this means that the reason people were able to divine where we would be is just because they knew what channels would be open to get to Tantarus, as opposed to doing
Oh.
a divination on our ship.
It's a good point. Like there's only one way through the cause at a time. Kind of. Or like very limited.
Or something. Because she said that they saw there's only one way open, and it's
Yeah.
back.
Very interesting.
So you
But that guy
guys,
knew we were coming this way. Sorry.
okay.
Like he knew we were coming. He knew to wait for us. Anyway.
So you guys skedaddle on back through everything, and make your way back through the city quickly with no like unusual things happening, other than the fact that like people give you strange looks because you guys are double timing it straight back to the docks, where there is that sort of thing of like, if they're leaving and leaving in a hurry, maybe there's some you get some weird looks, right? Like, why are those guys running to jump out the door right now? And head back to your ship. You do ascending back to your bosun to let him know that, hey, we're coming back to get everything ready. And when you get to the docks, you can see that your ship is basically ready to go. You can see a lot of the crew that are on board that are getting everything ready to go. But you can also see that the other ship that's docked on the other side of the docks from you is getting ready to go as well.
Oh, God.
Fucking guy.
So you see, like, as you guys run and get on board your ship, you see the Captain Crom on the other ship. He smiles and kind of like looks back towards the center of the city, and then kind of like taps the side of his head knowingly. And yeah, you guys are able to head off. You get onto your ship. So as you guys run up the thing, who's carrying the plaque and who's carrying the sigil?
I feel like I'd carry the sigil.
Probably
That's
Drock
right.
carries the plaque. Unless someone else
Makes
would say
sense.
He said BRB, but I think that makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so I will say something to Drock when he gets back, but when he passes through the outside, like the warding around the ship, he feels like everything slows for a second. And when he steps aboard the ship, you guys can see all around him that the boards of the ship are warping slightly under his feet, like he weighs a massive amount. And you can see that the boards underneath his feet have this heat shimmer on it. Like he weighs an incredible amount, and like him standing on the deck of the ship is causing a massive amount of heat to flow up from the deck.
He's a dragon, guys.
He turned into a dragon. Should we put that plaque in Al Shaib's domain? He likes it hot.
Is that what you want to do?
Does Plucky have a readout
On what's going on with his plaque?
on why it seems like Drock is a considerable weight and drawing a...
So that's a question for Griffle.
Yes, this was more in asking Griffle. Being like,
Okay, yeah,
computer
I did.
and pointing.
Computor. Yeah, I will ask Plucky, like, how much does Druck weigh?
It gives you back the appropriate amount that Drock weighs. The DM does not know, but Plucky would.
Shrug? I have no idea, guys. I don't know what's going on.
I think we should take it to Al. He was Sealy once.
Wait, he's
What
still
was he?
Sealy, isn't he? He was she.
He was she. That's what it was. Yeah.
So Drock gets on board. He's smoking. You guys are like, "That's weird."
Let's
try to say
let's have
something and-
Kiki take a look at it before we get over to Al.
Al doesn't say anything, and you guys are going to get there a little bit before Kiki. And as Filibuster kind of runs up the gangplank to go and be with everybody else, he basically feels like he runs into a wall.
Oh,
Hmm.
that makes sense.
Because
Why does that make sense?
I have a portal on my person. You
But it's
can't just let the
sealed.
portal through the ward.
Plucky.
Do you want this portal on the ship?
I
It's not a question
mean,
for me.
can't Plucky
What
like
do you
let
mean
it
it's not
on
a
but
question for
contain it?
you? How
That's
do
a
I
question.
live it
That
on
is
the
a question
ship?
for everyone. Everyone. Period.
How
You
do
feel
I
like-
how do I let you on?
I think Filibuster's asking first, do you want to, do you want to stop him from bringing this on board? Is what he's asking first. And then the question of, can we bring it on board is the second question.
I think it's okay to bring with us. I also think it's okay to leave it, but I don't think we'd want to leave it here. So I think we'd want to keep it with us at least for a little while
I agree.
so we could dispose of it safely.
Or we can collect them all.
Baneslayer wants to hop back in.
Okay, so you're
I
standing at the
think
edge, and
It could be
Griffle,
useful eventually.
is this a question for Plucky? You can feel, kind of like a little thing in
So
your head.
it is Plucky that is like preventing this, right?
You can feel basically he hits the edge of the warding on around the ship, and it's like he hit a brick wall. And you feel this little ping in your head, like something dinked against the side of the shield.
Sorry, I missed. I had to step away. We got a call. Who's hitting the side of our ward?
Me.
Filibuster is
Filibuster.
carrying the iron ring, and the ship's warding is not allowing him to enter.
Because it's a portal.
Can I allow him to come on board? Like, do I have that permission?
So Plucky sends back. Potential permission could be granted for this. However, the spatial manifold would not be able to function while such a thing was on board. The wards must be deactivated, the energies from the engine must be severed, and connection to primary and secondary engineering cannot function as long as that remains on board.
Can't have a portal in the portal.
All right, just destroy it.
We can't destroy it.
I
That's
thought
like,
the curator
it's
said it's
physically impossible to destroy it.
Well, no,
We
he
need-
said it's impossible to destroy all of them, but just this one ring. I thought he said it was.
He
just
said we
metal.
need all of them to destroy it. You're thinking in reverse.
I say we drop it
It's-
into Anduin River.
So, all right.
Give it a few thousand years.
Just because I might be thinking in reverse. My thought was you can destroy this one, but it doesn't destroy kind of the whole thing as a collective whole. But ultimately, I'm just saying, why don't we just destroy this piece of it? Can we do that, or am I wrong on that still?
So it is you're thinking in reverse. So he says that part of the reason these things are so hard to destroy is because to destroy it, you would have to like damage them all in the same way in the same time together. So you can't like break one of them. You would have to have all of them together and then break all of them together.
Oh, so even this single one as an individual piece, I can't be broken. Okay.
Yeah, from the curator's perspective, this thing is effectively indestructible unless you collect all the other pieces. Or unless you give the same force. Like if the other 10 rings each had someone hit the same spot with a hammer all at the same time, then all 11 of them would be broken.
Okay, well, we don't want this thing on the ship, it sounds like.
You're saying so long as it's on the ship, we can't access the other parts of the ship?
Well, it says you would need to sever the connection with secondary and primary engineering.
Which we do not want to do. We don't know how to reset
Well,
that
why
connection.
do we care about that currently? Is there stuff in there?
We would also have to turn the engine off, so we would have no like basic propulsion.
He didn't. No, that's not what
No.
he said.
The
Yes.
manifold, the teleport.
The manifold is
right?
the travel between planes, isn't it?
But it's still that you would not have the warding, you would not have the weapons, and you would basically not have impulse engines because you do all of that from primary engineering.
Yeah.
Oh, I
so
thought you
it's
said. Oh, okay.
not possible. Okay.
So what do we do with the thing?
Throw it off the side. Give it to Crom. Tell Crom
Well,
to
we can't like.
tell Captain Crom we have a very important mission. He needs to take
Oh,
this
he can hold
ring
on to it.
and take it away.
Why don't we give it to our little
Mhm.
Lackey.
servant ship?
Next month we'll
Are they
find out.
coming? Did we ever agree that they were coming?
No. I'm saying
think
you
This
should
is a
they
good
take it.
they're
opportunity to
coming.
use them.
Just take it and go away. And then we'll find
I-
out later that his whole ship was overrun by beholders.
I
Oh
feel
my
like-
goodness.
I feel like we left the conversation with Captain Crom being like, "What the fuck do we use this guy for?" And now we have an
Well,
answer.
now we have an
Now
answer.
we have an answer.
So
Yeah. All right.
when life gives you lemons,
Gary was planning this all along.
He was the guy with no legs.
Gary learned his lesson from the blacksmith.
Gary,
I
set
have
up
to
a
give them.
situation
I
where
have
you
to
had
give them an offer they
survive-
can't refuse.
Gary set up a situation where you had to survive a number of rounds from a thing spewing out beholders, and you guys broke it. So
Oh, we did?
How did we break it?
Shutting
he
it down.
broke the thing spitting out beholders. Like that whole. When you guys look back, or if you ever rewatch that skill challenge, you'll see it's sort of set up for a certain number of rounds, and we find the curator, we can get him, to safety. But you just broke the thing before it finished. Like,
Well, but you
Cool.
gave that as an option.
yeah, I mean,
So-
of course it's an option. It's just
All things are options in the
you had
eyes
to
of
had
God.
to do it exactly correctly, and I had, yeah.
And we did.
All things are possible in God's world.
All right, Morin, go talk to Crom.
My world.
Also, there's definitely a line where you go, oh, this is a portal to a hell dimension. Maybe we don't take it with us, but
We can't just leave it here, though.
well, yeah. So what are you guys doing with it? Because filibuster is stuck on the gangplank until you figure something out.
We have to give it to
Give
our
it to
little
Crom.
bud
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
say, take this, put it in your cannon, and launch it into the void.
Yeah.
Is that what you actually want to tell him to do?
Wait, do we want him to get rid of it, or do we want him to carry it so that we have it?
Could we
If he carries it, I mean, he could follow along with us.
just toss it
Yeah.
into a weapons platform?
No, I don't think it can go onto the ship at all.
No, but the
Without-
platforms come off the ship.
But I think we'd have to disable the weapons.
Do you remember the whole what
Okay.
happens when you put a portal inside of another portal thing?
This isn't an active portal.
Yes,
No,
it
but
is.
it is.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
I don't.
I figured it was
we
deactivated.
have very clear stipulations on what we can and can't do,
but
and we have a very clear line of what we should do. I
didn't
think we should
one
do
cast
that.
the portal turn off spell?
It seals it. It stops anything from coming out of it, but it's still a portal.
Oh.
Like a locked door is still a door.
Mm,
And it's
Just
a
a
pretty
wall.
like one is like this is a pretty good seal, but it's not
More
an
on
unbreakable
this.
seal.
Yeah, I'm only level 13, guys.
hey,
And
me too.
Anything on that other side of that portal? Probably not.
I don't know.
So, do we want to give this to Crom? Because I will
We
happily
have
deliver
to give
it.
it to him. We
I think we
cannot leave it
have
here.
to. We can't leave. Yep, agreed.
And
We don't
he,
have to do anything.
we should
Well-
give it to him. The question is, do we want him to go away, or do we want him to follow us? Those
Yeah.
are, I think, the two options.
I agree with those two options, and I'm ambivalent to which we choose.
Let's bring him along. Let's give him the item.
Okay, go tell him.
All right. So I'm gonna head over to Crom's ship.
Okay.
You
He
pull-
he sees you walking, off of your ship.
Yeah, I'll kind of like
Um,
hail him.
Yeah.
And I've been given the trinket from Filibuster.
Sure. I could just walk next to you. Well, I mean, doesn't
Oh
matter.
yeah, no, you can come with. That's fine.
Yeah.
So we'll head over to Crom's ship. Can you pull up the picture of Crom? I just really love his picture.
It's like such a
He does have a
smarmy-ass
very
little thing.
sassy photo.
He does.
Here.
Yeah, there he is. The incredulity on his face.
Mhm. How dare you have gotten the jump on me?
And I'll say, "Hail, Captain."
And he gives a big grin. Hail. I see you might be leaving. Have you considered my offer?
We have, and I think, well, to be perfectly honest, it was my intention to come over here and pretend like I was offering you collateral on an employment service, and I'll kind of point to the trinket. But the truth is, we can't have this on our ship, and would you be willing to hold it for us, provided you join us and share in the spoils of our journey into the cause?
So he kind of rubbing his hands when he comes up to talk with you, and he looks at the thing that you're holding, and he kind of goes, yeah, go with you. We'll discuss details on the way. It looks like there's a bit of a reason to weigh anchor quickly. He looks up and you see the dock masters kind of scrambling down from his little thing at the top of the dock. And then he looks at the thing in your hand. And he says, I'm sure I could find a place for it. And then he kind of digs around and in his cloak, and he pulls out a little purse. You can hear that there's a couple of coins in there. And then he opens up the thing for you to drop it in.
No. Oh, it's not a bag of holding, is it?
It's not a bag of holding. No.
Okay.
It's like a
Immediately
normal coin purse.
explodes.
No, it's just like a normal coin purse. It's
We
like
should-
mostly empty.
We should warn him about portals, though. Do you think? Or no?
Yeah.
1 second. So as he does this, as he goes out, Morin, you don't notice anything unusual. He just, he just seems like he's trying to do his pitch. Filibuster, your passive insight, you can see his body language changed a little bit when he saw that ring, and he now looks very uncomfortable. And while he is holding it out, hey, just drop it in here, I'll carry on with it. There is definitely a thing where the way that he's holding himself, it looks like he does not want to touch that thing.
Excuse me, Captain Crom. Why are you doing this? Why are you agreeing to come along with us?
He laughs and says, you all are off on some sort of adventure. And I can recognize, he looks towards your ship, power when I see it. and I can recognize some dark adventure. He kind of like looks at the little ring of stuff when I see it as well. I think we'll have to discuss terms quite specifically, but if my first task is to carry that thing, I'll keep it safe.
You are clearly uncomfortable holding it, and I find it very brave of you to step up in this way.
Brave and stupid is one or the other, only with hindsight. But I'll take it from you if you don't want it on your ship. And I've seen the results of what you do have on your ship. If this is worse than that, I'd just prefer not to touch it. You can see that there's some part of him remembering what his crew looked like when he got them back on his face.
It's a portal, so take the necessary precautions.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I won't be going through any portals, and he kind of shakes the bag a little bit, and you can hear a little bit of clinking chain to the bottom. And I don't have enough to really afford one anyways, so let's be off.
What a freak. He deserves the world.
Do you drop it in the little bag, Morin?
Well, Filibuster has it.
Oh, I
I'm
thought you
good.
said that you had it.
Well,
Well,
Filibuster
whatever.
came with me.
I'll put it in the bag if we're both. We'll do it together. We hold hands.
Okay.
His bag. He, closes the strings in the bag. He ties it. He double knots it, and then he looks like he places it onto his belt, but he's just holding it in his hand next to where it goes onto his belt, with his fist on his hip, and goes, "Well, I have a few things to see to. Where are we off to? I guess we're heading out of the cause. The diviner says there's no clear paths further in."
Stay close. We'll be navigating through it in a way that I don't think you're very familiar with. Subtext that no one is really familiar with.
Us included.
Hey, it's our old friend, the map.
You now have part 1 and part 2 of your map. If people like the little mini game of figuring out where the next piece is, you can definitely do so. I'm not going to force you guys to do it at the very end of session here with the next thing going on the way. But you guys make it back to the ship, and you see that after the conversation with Crom, the ship stops bowing so much around the massive weight of Drak, and there is still sort of a shimmer of heat around him, but it doesn't look like he's going to leave blackened footsteps on the deck anymore.
Oh, that's good.
I think I definitely missed something. Mm-hmm.
The plaque seems to have done something to you.
Oh, cool. I'll listen to the
Or
recording.
perhaps the presence of the closeness of the plaque to the
other
other
thing.
artifact.
So on the map here, by the way, where the start point is this one. So I'll put a little S over here. So that's the start point for if you want to do the little mini game. And I'll leave it up here for anyone that wants to do it, because it is, I don't know, I found the making it work on Roll20 was actually pretty fun. So is the plan just to get aboard the ship and whip out the map and activate the thing?
I think we should go a little ways away first.
Oh, yeah.
You're the one that's flying the ship.
Do Star Shadows have
Yeah,
ship?
I think it's probably time for us to get going, huh?
Yeah. Is Kiki on the ship?
Yeah, so about the time that you guys finish preparations to launch, Kiki is going to basically run to the edge of the ship and come on board and look very frazzled as looks like she just gathered up everything that she had near her and ran to the dock. You guys head off a little bit. How far do you guys want to get away from the city before you use the map?
Are we able to head in the direction that we think? Or is it like totally closed because of...
You're not really sure what the correct direction is. I mean, it's 360 degrees in any direction. So until you open up the thing.
Gotcha.
How do you rotate on this again?
There's a little like handle that's hard to see on one of the edges.
Yeah. So
Oh, it was. I see it. It was under the.
You don't need to rotate. Oh, I guess you need to rotate the whole thing, but the symbol's already lined up on that thing, actually.
Only on one of them. I'm playing with the one at the top right. But it was under the other icons. I had to zoom in to get it.
No worries. So you guys fly a little bit away from the city, and then it's time to activate. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah.
So go open it up. Takes in character probably like 15 minutes to figure out the setting on the map to get it to go. The players can play around with the map on here, kind of whenever you want. And then as the thing sinks into place, one of many, you can feel the sort of resonance with, okay, now have it lined up, with it kind of pulling it, like wanting to pull it out of your head and sink it into the map. That sort of like identity of the sigil in your head that you were sort of holding onto, like holding a spell. You can feel the spot open up for it on the map and allows it to kind of push it from your mind into the page. Very similar to casting a spell.
Interesting.
So you push it through. You have not had too much time since you did the first reading that you need to do a second reading. And you feel the map start to vibrate and glow. And you guys can see the massive sort of multicolored cloud that is always surrounding the city of Tantarus. And kind of even the nearest star is behind this sort of rainbow haze. And you can see that there is, just for a second, a column of green gold light, almost like a tube, kind of touch the back part of Tantarus, and you can see the path that you were on, the place where you were before. And from your perspective, it's like you're just on the outside edge of this massive structure that must be hundreds of miles across. And as you can feel the map kind of pulse its energies out, you see this huge beam of light, like 60 or 70 feet in diameter, shoot up from the surface of Tantarus. Looks like it's coming from below ground just outside of the city and fly up into the air off into the distance further than you can see. And then you see this kind of slow spiraling motion as the beam of light and energy unwinds. And as it's spiraling outward, it's like slowly opening up, slowly getting wider and wider and wider until you can see, extending as far as you can see off into space, this cylinder placed on the side with one end at Tantarus and one end way past where you can see, of green gold light pushing away the cloud and the haze. And you can see the map light up really brightly and then die back down with the next piece on the next star ahead. You can see on the map where that is, and it's pretty easy to translate how to put that into your system, how to tell Plucky that's where that is. Is that what you do, Griffle?
Yes, indeed.
Punch in the coordinates and nothing happens. When you think at the coordinates that you can see in your head, the little display, it deleted all the coordinates. You put them all in, kind of like you're filling a form, and then it just deleted them all.
Oh no.
Is it because the place is forbidden?
You don't think so. There doesn't feel like there's a forbiddance here. It was like you gave gave Plucky an input and it just kicked it back. Like it's sort of like you're
Is
getting an
it
error.
like an address unknown kind of thing? Like,
You're not sure. You can see this giant glowing column of green energy in the background, and you can feel the input of the ship like it's trying to get started, and then it fires up the engines for a second, and then it goes ooh, and powers back down.
is it because we're here?
You're not sure. You can tell that the coordinates are
Um,
definitely not here.
Can we just manually follow the column?
Can we
of
follow
light?
it? Yeah.
Yeah, you can go fly over, start to fly through, and when you try to put the coordinates in, you can see the direction you're going, can roughly get an idea on the map. It still kicks it back to you, saying no.
Or if you just try and go halfway, go as far as you can see, and then keep going from there. Rather than try and put the coordinates at the end, put the halfway point.
Is this like a big glowing line that we can physically see?
For the moment, yes. Although you can tell that it's probably going to dissipate.
Is this because our ship has wards on divination and
I believe it's because you didn't break the forbiddance. You only said the name twice.
Once.
I said it one time?
But whatever.
Okay, can I hold up the glyph and check out what it's doing?
The glyph still has the sort of strange blankness that you associate with the forbiddance.
Can I say Lakeshan 3 times?
You can. And when you say it the first time, the same thing happens. It falls away. And saying it 2 more times doesn't seem to really do anything. It still has the same look that it did. And then after maybe 30 seconds to a minute, it kind of covers it back up again.
It
I will
seems
say
like
that
it's the ship.
Griffle can
right?
tell pretty quickly that the address is correct. The destination is correct. There's nothing wrong with the destination that you're entering, but for some reason, the ship just keeps rejecting it, like deleting all the input. It's not giving you an error that says that that place doesn't exist or you've put in things wrong. It just deletes all the information every time you put it in.
Does it have to do with having the wooden thing on board? Like, is that messing with the ship somehow?
So good.
Did we-
I know you gotta go, Drock. Hopefully, can you keep
Yeah.
the recording on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll stay until the call comes, but yeah, then I got dropped.
Griffle, can you give me an engineering check?
Mhm.
Can you give me an engineering check?
Sure can.
So you go through, you enter in the place, you enter in all the information for the destination, and you kind of go like one form fillable section by a piece. Like, okay, I'm going to enter this first. Okay, that works. Enter this first. That works. Enter this first. That works. You get all the way to the end, entering in all the information, and then you finally hit, all right, now go to that location. And then you see when the ship tries to do some sort of calculation, it just kicks it back and deletes all the information that you put through. Like the ship is trying to do something with the information you provide, and you're hitting some sort of mechanism that's not working. As you go and you start to figure out and sort of play with the numbers, like, okay, well, what is it that it's kicking back? You realize that there's a sort of like a dummy check built into the system. You put in a destination and then you said, go here. And the ship says, no, that's incorrect. You can't actually need to go here because you entered in a distance that was way too far away. That would be you circumnavigating the planet 50 times. You don't actually mean that. That is a erroneous input. Put something else in there. So it's like you hit a form where the maximum allowable number that could go here was much smaller than the one that you're using, and it's kicking back like, no, you messed that up. Try again.
Okay, so we need to improve Plucky's error codes for starters.
Well, we're gonna have a lot of downtime on this voyage.
Can we at least start flying in the direction of the line?
Yes. And I will say that not only can you do that, but let's see. It can.
You absolutely should, because
You can do that, but also you can figure out, like, okay, this is the thing it's having problems with. How do I get it to stop doing that? And you can figure out what. Let's see. What its problem is, and tinker with that one line that has a problem with. And when you push it back through, you figure out that when it spits things back out, it tells you that the destination that you've entered is 238,900 miles away. And at maximum acceleration and maximum speed, you should get there in 45 days.
Oh
Well,
my lord.
I mean, here we go, right?
If
You
it's
guys,
45 days.
if it's opened, if we've bored through the cause, can we just teleport through it?
that sounds like a great discussion to have at the beginning of next session.
Depending on the result of that conversation, maybe our last session.
Yeah, let's call it early. We explode.
All right. Well, thank you guys for doing session. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Didn't we figure out that our shield will protect us from other people teleporting around us?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Interesting.
Since I know we're not going to use it now, pause for people playing with the map for a second. I'm going to drag you guys over. I was somewhat looking forward to getting to use this map. That's not how things played out today.
Is that
What is?
Oh,
the stent map?
One of the possible ends to the flowchart to how that sequence in the vault went, and it would have been fun to do, but I really like this version as well. So
I'm Gary. I want to have combats. Gary, didn't you say on this map there's always a star in the middle, right?
there's always a star in the middle, yeah, and the star in the middle is the in the center of the thing for you guys right now at the start point. That's where Tantarus is the star in the middle.
I'm not seeing it.
This is so hard. Anyway,
is it?
well, this was a good one. We're skipping a couple weeks at least, right?
It looks like
The 11th?
I'm going to LA this week. So I think I specifically said no to this one.
I think
Yeah.
it's just,
And Foxy also
yeah.
said no.
But Foxy's got the May ones up.
It looks like May 11th is the first one everyone
We're
has said yes to.
missing someone from that, yeah? Is it Morin again?
Yeah, Josh.
May 11th. I'll have to check May 11th. I don't think I have any May 11th. I know I have something May 4th.
When you
Yeah,
get the
May 4th
chance-
is way
yeah.
out.
Yeah, May 4th is would be very difficult for me, and it looks like it's difficult for other people. So it's easy.
Here I see everyone in here is a celebrator of Star Wars Day.
Yeah, that's totally the reason.
Terran's
Nothing to do with where I live.
Terran's company bought tickets to some big like charity party thing that's happening on May the 4th. Smash Mouth is headlining for it.
Let's go.
So I know. I'm like, this is gonna be a really, really weird experience.
Don't
Like I-
Smash Mouth only have one song?
All right, guys, I'm gonna
Oh.
stop the recording here.
Only one that I know
But
of.
yeah, good session, and thanks everyone.
Absolutely. Have a good night.
I'll talk to y'all later.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye.